Ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down, please. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. I do believe that the bonus 15 minutes were more than generous. Kindly settle down, please. Mr. Vries, kindly settle down, please. The hall is still very empty. There appears to be no shortage of people at the Slowtown Coffee on Tap. Kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit down. Please sit down. Thank you, Mr. Dempsey. Kindly sit down, please. Mr. Komeheke, please sit down. Thank you very much. Kindly sit down, sir, please. Okay. Could we please close those doors? Please close the door behind you, sir. Sir, please close the door behind you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the end is almost tangible. We've come a very, very long way since yesterday morning. Honorable Deputy Minister, thank you very much also for your commitment, for your tenacity, for your relentlessness, for leading by example. We truly appreciate that. We still have some very important sessions this afternoon that we need to get through, please. Specifically, session 7 will focus on maximizing the local benefits. How is it that we will go about matters to see to it that the local benefits are maximized? To speak to us about upstream service requirements, I would like us to please, with the power of oil and gas and a great lunch, put our hands together for Mr. Robert Mwanachilenga, Country General Manager of Recon Namibia in the Republic of Namibia. Let's please welcome him to the stage. Is that applause powered by a great lunch? Technical team, do you have the presentation ready? Right. If you want to look at it, perhaps you can send it as a you just tell the microphone to. Ladies and gentlemen, technology is a great friend, but technology certainly is not a consistent friend. That's the drawback. But we roll with the punches. Honorable Deputy Minister, could we invite you to the podium for 60 seconds maximum? We just want you to say good afternoon to the people and wish them a lot of strength and endurance and commitment for the last stretch. I think they need ministerial endorsement and support and encouragement and motivation and inspiration. Let's please put our hands together for the Deputy Minister of Mines and Energy in the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are we busy? Networking? Yes. That is what we want to happen on this platform. We need to network, we need to talk to one another, we need to form partnership. We need to take this sector to another level here in Namibia. And when I see you, I actually see myself there where we are looking forward to reach. Thank you very much. Have much love.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Deputy Minister said much love, and that is how it's received. Kindly engage a bit better. Is there anyone who would like to very briefly share with us their key takeaway over the past day and a half? Mr. Amanyela, would you like to share with us your key takeaways over the past day and a half? You have no more than 90 seconds to do so. Dr. Itula, would you like to make use of 90 seconds? Please join us for 90 seconds. The good doctor says he's too full. He doesn't speak on a full stomach. He's a very responsible gentleman. Anyone? Das wäre nett von Ihnen. 90 Sekunden. Kindly, just for purposes of those who don't know who it is that you are, tell us who you are and what capacity you're using those 90 seconds wisely.
Okay, my name is Harald Schütt, and I'm in Namibia since 25 years, and I'm mainly working with renewable energy. And since a very short time, I'm also working with green hydrogen. So was that enough as presentation? Anyway, what I learned, and I'm grateful for this conference, I learned something very important, and that is that most speakers and many decision makers understand that oil and gas is a transitional energy source, and that we need to take the revenues we can realize from this gift, which we are having now, in such a way that we will end up with a sustainable concept of energy generation, energy distribution, and an entire industry. And that means that we will turn upside down many of the concepts that many of us have learned in school and at university. And I'm very much looking forward to that big adventure, to do that together with you. Thank you very much. 90 seconds.
Thank you. Philemon, I think it would be great to have a revolving mic. If the mic can make its way to Mr. Malcolm Hasselman for his brief thoughts. Thereafter, Mr. China Wilfries for his 90 seconds. And then we may have time for 2 more volunteers. Just your brief thoughts on the past day and a half, your brief takeaways. Is the microphone ready? Very well. Mr. Malcolm Hasselman, are you there? There Mr. Malcolm Hasselman is. Mr. China Wilfries should be in close proximity. A grand total of 90 seconds.
Hi, thanks for this opportunity, Denver. Yeah, so I'm from 91. We're an asset manager. My interest in this weekend this week has really been around what are the macro implications for Namibia. And I think what really blew me away was that we can build a local content strategy that can include a lot more Namibians. It was great to see the Angolans here, the Nigerians here, and to hear their honest feedback about the mistakes that they've made and how it is that they want to help us overcome those. So I'm truly excited, especially for my 3 children, Denver. I'm already there. I regret now agreeing with the missus that that would be it. But yeah, it's been a great couple of days so far.
Thank you, Mr. Hasselman. Please give him a round of applause. Mr. Vries for his 90 seconds, and then we will resume. Where's Mr. China Wilfries? He's not here. Well, I understand that technology is on good terms with us again. Let's please give technology also a round of applause. Maybe that's what it wants. And allow me to call back to the stage for a discussion on upstream opportunities as far as service requirements in particular are concerned. Mr. Robert Monachilenga, Country General Manager of Recon Namibia.
Thank you very much. Before I start my presentation, just like to see how many Namibians here are interested in local content in the oil industry. Just by lift of hands, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're in a good place. Thank you. My name is Robert Mwana Chilenga, and I'm the Country General Manager for Reconnaissance Energy Namibia. Yeah, my background is petroleum engineering. I'm a petroleum engineer by profession. Sorry, let me just turn this off. By profession, and got a few years of experience in the industry, having worked offshore in Germany, the US, and Angola, and now here. Okay, we'll be talking about the local content policy, oil and gas industry value chains, and how we can maximize local benefits for Namibia. Then we'll talk about onshore and offshore opportunities and upstream service requirements for the oil and gas industries from a perspective of an international oil company. And then we shall conclude. So we're talking about people talk mostly about the discoveries, but there's ongoing oil and gas exploration activities on and offshore Namibia. So it's not like it's only the discoveries. Then we'll talk about discoveries also offshore and onshore, offshore Namibia, which are amazing. So what are our questions here? What will the impact be on the Namibian socio-economic landscape of these discoveries, but also on the ongoing exploration? How active, participative is the Namibian workforce within the industry? How many people are working in the industry? What are the possibilities of a meaningful participation, not only participation, but meaningful participation for the Namibian entrepreneur, large or small, in the oil and gas industry in Namibia? How can the oil and gas industry, operators, and service companies create a meaningful participation of Namibians easier? How can it be easier for Namibians to participate in the industry? So we shall try to answer these questions and a few more from an oil and gas industry operator perspective. Local content. Actually, it's a very good move by the Namibian government in that it will direct us as oil companies and service companies in the country to be able to look at the local people and beneficiate the local people. So we had some local content, a bit of local content in the Petroleum Exploration Act 2 of 91 and the Model Petroleum Agreement, which talks about it, but the government has realized that that's not adequate enough. So basically, what does it talk? The new content, local content structured on draft. One, the identification of specific sectors for the development of local capacity. 2, maximizing employment and development of Namibians. 3, maximizing the participation of local suppliers along the value chain. Encouraging the transfer of technology, knowledge, and skills. And then promoting Namibian ownership and financing at all levels of the sector. So what are the petroleum industry value chains? It's basically 3, mainly the upstream industry, which is that finds the hydrocarbons, the oil and gas, the drilling, and related processes. Midstream is mainly the processing of the hydrocarbons, storage, marketing, transportation of oil and gas to the market. That's the midstream part. In the downstream is refineries, power plants, gas to power, liquids to power, the petrochemical industry, sales outlets, petrol stations, etc., whose products are, of course, we know very well, diesel, petrol, jet fuel, fertilizers, asphalts for roads, etc., etc. So we say, and I can say that Namibians can participate in all three sectors of the value chain. We're able to participate in these sectors. What's important to note, though, is that the industry itself, oil and gas, is very, very cost intensive. There's a lot of money which goes into that. It's a highly specialized industry. It's high risk, and like we normally say, high risk and high reward. High risk, if you explore, you can spend in the hundreds of millions. You might not find anything, you go home. But if you do find, it's high reward also. A lot of money comes from there. And it has turned around economies of many countries. So it's very high reward, but also high risk. In that vein, I can say non-productive time is therefore very, very costly. When, for example, when you are drilling offshore, your cost is maybe $100,000 per day. And any standby for not drilling, that's very, very costly. So as we step into this industry as local participants, we must know that efficiency and high quality of service delivery is very important. Because if you get into an agreement with an oil company and you're supposed to deliver, let's say, tubulars, let's say casing on day X and you don't, everything stands by. You're costing the company 100,000 plus. Some even go to 500,000 plus US dollars per day. So it's efficiency and high quality service of delivery is very important. Also, we also look at the environmental and HSE considerations in these operations, very important. As an industry, we subscribe to international oil and gas best practice in all our activities, from drilling, from driving with a car from here to Walvish Bay, from going on the helicopter offshore to your rig. All of those is international best practice. But I can say that this is not a deal breaker for Namibian people interested in local content. So let's go. What I've done is I've listed a lot of services which are on the rig. And green is actually services which are being provided by Namibians now as we speak, or by Namibian companies. Amber is services I think can be provided by Namibian companies in the near future. It's not very difficult. And black is possible future services much later, more specialized and heavy equipment. So what do we do with, for example, Namibians are currently supplying consumables. That's food, drinks, water, fresh products, toiletries, everything on rigs, things which we use on rigs. And this is not like small quantities, large quantities. So I encourage our people to see the operators and see if they can do such a thing. Personal protective equipment, yes. Those are coveralls, boots, hard hats, and all those things. We can supply them. I know there are companies producing PPEs in Namibia. It's a question of just getting in touch with the right companies. We've got Medivac support. We have also, I don't want to mention names of companies, otherwise I'll be quoted wrongly, but we've got Medivac support already for offshore and onshore operations. If anything happens offshore, there is a sequence of events which might happen to bring the person to Lady Pohamba or to South Africa, if depending on how severe that is. So we have that in this Namibian, fully Namibian. Rotary and fixed wing support. Rotary is basically helicopters. We've got Namibian companies supplying helicopters at this stage to go offshore from Walvish Bay, from Luderitz to offshore installations offshore. I'm not saying this is exhaustive, but, and I'm not saying that others cannot enter into this. Although they're Namibian companies, you're also welcome to get in touch with the oil industry. Offshore support vessels, such as supply and chase boats. I've put this in amber because we're a nascent industry, and I believe that there are people here who can do that. It's been done before elsewhere. Our friends in West Africa are doing it locally. And basically, supply vessels will bring the equipment and the food and the drinks from Walvish Bay, for example, to an offshore location. So what you need is a proper vessel which can go all those nautical miles outside and have enough equipment on it to transfer that food onto the rigs. For onshore operations, that is straightforward. Just bring your trucks there and deliver there. So I see in amber because I think we can do it, and I'm sure we can do it. Vehicles, 4x4 vehicles, on onshore operations where we are operating from, for example, as Recon, there is a lot of sand there. There's a lot of driving. We drove actually millions of kilometers just the last year using local people in the area and renting their vehicles. Catering for the crew, civils, roads, and drilling part construction, as well as operating in the semi-desert, the Kavango area. Our drilling locations are actually determined by the geology, not by the road. So a drilling location could be in a place without a road, without trees and everything. So we use local companies for civils to design the roads from the main trunk road to our operational site. And we have done more than 50 kilometers of that in the area, which is now being used by the local people. So for those civils, for the engineering, design, pad, warehouses to keep equipment, that can be done by local people, and it's being done now. And we are open up to anybody else who has such facilities. Please come. So also various consulting jobs, consultants like environmental, legal issues, public relations and communication. That's something we can do here. Heavy equipment moving. We've got a lot of equipment which we are moving over land. And yeah, so if you've got big, heavy equipment, trucks and with high tonnage, you're welcome. Earth moving, I'll show you one of the requirement for earth moving in one picture later on. Campsite management, for example, managing the camp itself, managing the sleeping quarters, the food, the cleanness of the camp and everything. That can be done with local people. Rig waste handling for oils, for example. Oils, drilling muds, paper, plastic, and all those things. That can be done locally, and it's being done locally. We have got remote operated vehicles, that's mainly offshore. These are vehicles where in very deep waters, we cannot get humans there. So we drop a remote operated vehicle, almost half the size of this stage. It's run by joysticks on the rig top, drop 3,000 meters down into the ocean to see what's there, to move the pipes and everything. And I think this one is still not yet our thing, but I think we can do it. That's why it's in black. Liner hanger running services. These are services which we use to run the liners on the rig. Navigation and positioning services, which is navigation. When you're out in the ocean, you don't know where you are. But then there is equipment, satellites and everything, which can really point you to where you are supposed to be. And that one is being done at this stage, not local, but I think also it can be done locally. Drilling fluids, directional drilling turbines, logistics base and logistics coordinator for an operation that we can do. We are doing it. And currently it's being done by 2 Namibian companies, so which is very good. If you've got experience in that, that's great. Supply of drill bits of different sizes. That one is quite specialized and it's got to do proper equipment. So that one is tough. maybe at a later stage. Slings, casing accessories, drill site surveys, geomechanical modeling and analysis of the well bore. Fuels and lubricants we are buying locally from local companies here, which is very good. Consultants, cost engineers, legal services, fishing, groundwater consultancy, like for onshore and fishing for both on and offshore. Fishing is basically, for those who don't know the term, is when you are drilling, you are about maybe several meters down and something breaks from your pipe. Yeah, and we call it fishing to collect that broken part and remove it so it can continue drilling further. So all that, I think, can be done locally. It was done by a local person last time onshore. So I think we can work on it. Rental and purchase of chain and anchors, core analysis, that's geosciences. Weather forecasting is very important for offshore drilling and also onshore. HSE, heavy duty machine and equipment engineering and manufacturing. That includes specialized fabrication of drill pipes, centralizers, casings, BOP equipment, steel, concrete structures. And this we can do, that's why it's in amber. Our friends in Angola and West Africa, they are doing it. So I think maybe after some 5-10 years, we can also do such things. Specialized fabrication of subsea piping, steel hoses, rubber hoses, etc. Offshore support vessels, we've talked about them. Crew transfers, onshore to offshore, rotary wing and helicopter support. So this one goes up to things like meeting and greeting people at the airport. And people with transport companies can do that. You meet people, you greet them, you bring them over to the hotel, next day you take them over to the airport. That's also something local people can do, and I think they can do very well. Equipment supply, supplies of consumables, spoke about that. Specialized services like well testing, logging, etc. That's not yet ours, but I think with time we can do it. Many Namibians understand these services. It's a question of just having the right equipment and the right backing. Construction of infrastructure support, airfield extensions of airports, Walvish Bay, Luderitz. We have done that also in, for those who may know Serra Kafema, we've done that also for an operation to extend the airfield. Medical emergency rescue support, land-based support, logistics, storage, industry related to chemical and manufacturing of weighting elements for drilling muds, etc. That we can also do in good time. Drilling, production and seismic data transfer, cloud computing and storage of data for onshore and offshore operations. I think this we can do also with local companies. I know local companies doing cloud computing. A lot of data transfer, a lot in the terabytes, but I think we can manage it here. Petrochemical industries and etc. So just as an example of what we have been doing and what I mentioned earlier on, this is, for example, a water drilling rig, which of course a local company is doing. We've done 36 of such wells. We've installed them as part of our ESG, responsibilities. So we've done 36 of those. The main thought also was, apart from supplying, we operate in the Kavango area, and I think we've all heard about what's happening in the Kavango, human-wildlife conflict, where women go into the river and never come back, or a child and all those things. So we thought that maybe we can help also, apart from giving them good drinking water, also to put a buffer from our people, instead of going to face that risk of a crocodile or a hippo in the river. We put these wells before the river so that at least they can be saved. I don't know how to quantify it, but I hope we've saved some lives through this. We do for local people. This is fencing of some farm areas where we operate. We also do places where we store stuff. This is also local stuff done. Storage of chemicals and weighting elements. This is camp management now. This is where the people are living outside. This can be done by local people, and it's being done by local people. Civils, putting the pad straight, roads and everything. To your right is a medical aid, 24/7 on site. You've seen this one again. This is from the top. This is our drilling site. And as I mentioned, there's that U-shaped thing behind. That's earth moving, that's done locally. The pad itself is done locally. Everything around it is done locally, apart of course from the rig itself and the machines like the big pumps and everything. So everything is locally done. The road to your top right, going into the site, all of that is locally done by our people. Offshore, there's these support vessels. I said we can do at least the smaller ones. We can start off. Helicopter transfer, the local companies are doing that. We would invite more. So how do we participate in this? First of all, you have to register your company with the relevant authorities. That's straight. We don't want you to come to our offices and say, I can do this, but you don't have backup information or backup documentation. You can contact the operators, the companies, the operators and service companies themselves directly, or you can register in the vendors list at the Ministry of Mines and Energy. I'm told there's a list there where you can go and say, I'm doing ABC, can I register? And also it's Namibian Petroleum Operators Association. There is an association representing petroleum operators, which you can also register with. Okay, people have talked about the 10 oil commandments of Norway. I'm being told 1 minute. These are basically them. One important one, I said, national supervision and control must be ensured for all operations in the Norwegian continental shelf. So that the Norwegians, they say that. And also today we say they're the best because of these commandments. They have followed them to the letter and they are doing very well. Two says, or let's say 4 or 5 flaring to exploitable gas must not be accepted, and a lot of other things. I'm sorry, I'm just rushing this through. But if you need to see the commandments themselves, they are very good for the country. And it's advisable that Namibia also can adapt some of that knowledge. Very quickly, local content for Norway, just as an example, so that you can see what we can attain. Number of goods sold, total number of goods sold, and share of total exports and goods. So you see, crude oil is green, natural gas is red. You can see how it's going from 71 when they discovered to 21. So you find that initially you could talk about the Dutch disease, whatever it's called, but then with time, 2001. The total exports are also in line with the production of oil and gas, which is very good. Employment, it peaked around 2014 to about 60,000 employees in the Norwegian oil and gas industry. I hope we can do that here in Namibia also. Stavanger is one of the birthplaces of oil and gas. Top class, I hope we can do this in Luderitz or Walvis Bay sometime in the future. Thank you. Borrowing from Obama. Yes, we can. I thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, we indeed can. Let's please give him a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, you will have noticed on your seat when you return from lunch, there are feedback forms. It is important that you share with us honestly what your sentiments are. We're not able to improve. We're not able to go bigger and better if you don't share your thoughts with us honestly in a safe space, you can do so anonymously if you so wish. We will come through to you within the next 2 sessions to collect those feedback forms. So once you are done, you just send it to whichever edge is closer. Kindly complete the feedback forms that were on your seats upon your return from lunch. We need your engagement. We need your feedback. We need your interaction. If you did not receive a form on your seat and you'd like to provide your feedback, we will make sure that you do get one. Do not despair, but kindly complete those now. We will come collect them during the course of the next 2 sessions. To speak to us about private sector best practices and, more importantly, solutions for servicing the industry from the Republic of Nigeria, let's please put our hands together for Mr. Ranti Omole, Chief Executive Officer, Radial Circle, Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Good afternoon once again. And today I'll be talking about the best practices and solutions for service industry. Sorry. There's a wrong slide. Paul? Okay, I guess why they're trying to, okay. No. Why they're trying to change the slides and put a proper one. Basically, what I'm trying to do this afternoon is to see how to advise local Namibia companies on how to, or Namibia entrepreneurs, on how to set up a service company, how to compete in the industry, and the kind of opportunities there, and the various strategies to ensure that they can participate effectively. And Robert did quite excellent job, trying to highlight the various opportunities in that industry. I'm the CEO of a service company, so I'm not just an association vice chairman, because Petan is made up of more than 100 service companies. So we come together under that umbrella. And each one of us, we run service companies with our experiences from 15 to 40 years. Basically, the company I run was established in 1995. It's Radial Circle Technical Services. And with offshore experiences since 2003 on a Shell Bonga FPSO. And typically anywhere, I always say it's that Shell made us. In the sense that we were selected as a local partner for the offshore integration of the navigations, instrumentations, and safety management solutions. And that experience gave us the opportunity to understand the offshore industry and the equipment that we commissioned, installed. We still maintain those services on the same FPSO. And over the years, we worked on virtually all the FPSOs in Nigeria. We have offices in Angola, Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda, Mozambique, and Senegal. And we're basically involved in the EPC, I mean, the engineering design, the procurement, the integration, commissioning, and post-installation support and maintenances. Usually, I mean, that's the juicy part, the post-installation support and maintenances. It can run for the next 25, 40 years. We've been on Bonga FPSO since 2003, and we still see ourselves there for the next 10 years or more. So it's a good incentive for service providers to provision to be part of that. We're involved in offshore telecom systems, navigations, marine electronics, surveillance, security, met ocean, including weather forecasts, and also seabeds, environmental condition monitoring using acoustic Dopplers, assets, integrity monitoring system, instrumentations, and electrical. Yesterday, I spoke about PETAN, the association. I shared the slides. But the brief recap on it is that it was founded in 1990 by experienced service providers who were former country managers, Halliburton, Schlumberger, GE, Baker Hughes, and came together. Because of the quality of the founders of the association, the technical entry level for the people that came were high. Because these were guys, and for example, one of them established the first PVT lab in Africa, maybe way back in the 80s, before he set up his own company. We offer more than 250. Yes. Yes, that's it. We offered more than 250 services. I mean, you've seen the extensive list, that Roberts presented. We employed more than 20,000 Nigerians from 100 members. And we have cumulative employment impact on 100,000 people. Yesterday, NCDMB said they registered almost 10,000 service companies in their database. So if you assume that you have 10 or 20 employees for each of those 10,000, that's almost about 200,000 directly employed by the service companies. And then if you now look at the multiplier, cumulative, the additional support, subcontractors that work for us, 100,000 for 100 companies. So that could easily be 500,000, 600,000 support companies. So it is to tell you that how the value chain, if well maximized, can actually improve the GDP of Namibia. I displayed this yesterday, the various range of services by those 100 companies. Now, when you talk about the industry, you have the key stakeholders, which are the operators. That's the like of Shell, Total, Exxon, Chevron. And you have the government on one side. So under the government, you have the regulators, the national oil companies on one side. You've got the main EPC contractors. Now, yesterday I mentioned that it's not Total that will give most of the local service provider jobs during this stage of the project. For example, during the drilling services will be the drilling contractors, maybe the likes of either, depending on who drills here, Transocean, Shell Drilling. I know DS10 used to come here, to work. So those are the people that will give jobs to the local service providers. And then when you go to the construction stage, because you have an FPSO, that means on the top side and the vessel itself will be between the shipyards or whatever arrangement you have made to be able to create local content opportunities from those projects. And you now need entrepreneurs who will take advantage of the opportunities. I will talk about that separately, but one thing I can tell you is the quality of service providers, no, the extent of your local content involvement will depend on the quality of entrepreneurs that set up the companies. If the service companies are set up by traders, it will be in the peripheral and you just be flogging. But if you have people that can leave their comfort zones, Namibians that work with NAMCO, that work with Shell, with Total, with Halliburton, with Schlumberger, that can take the risk, seeing all the beautiful opportunities. I mean, in fact, it's not even the risk, that can enter to take good bites of the various opportunities available. That will accelerate your local content, the quality of the services that could be rendered. Permit me to use a slide presented by NCDMB yesterday, which because of time, the ES couldn't go deep into this. Firstly, I say that you are in ultra deep offshore. Even Nigeria is not in ultra deep offshore. We're in deep offshore. So that means you're above 3,000 meters above the sea level, and about 300 nautical miles from the shore. The doctor from the African or Namibian Training Center, she displayed a picture of a chopper flying to the rig site. It's that same rig site that the FPSO is going to live for the next 35, 40 years. So you can see how long it takes to fly them there and the vessels that you need to be going back and forth. On the top side, there are solutions there. And on the subsea, where they're going to lay the pipes, the umbilicals, the flow lines, the risers. And some of these are from top to the seabed, anchored. And if you want to get your crude, you have to pipe to shore. Except, periodically you evacuate, based on the FPSO capacity. But if you want any of the resources down in Namibia, you need to evacuate, or you have pipelines. Now, it's just for you to see the extent of the opportunities. The areas in the black are the peripheral, more like the induced opportunities that you can immediately create strategies to maximize most of the solutions in that sector. Insurance, banking, legal, immigration, training, facility management, aviation, just like he has shown with green indicators that already you're there. And those who are not there in amber, you can make concentric efforts from your baseline surveys or strategic efforts and said, okay, how do we get involved in these amber areas and also some of those in black. And then you have the light blue range that is taking you closer to the services. And then the core, the well testing, wireline, subsurface, feeds, installation, and hookups, which may be much, much later. So now to talk about exactly what I'm supposed to do. How do we develop resilient local service providers? You've seen the various services, and there are some that you have the multinationals that over the years have provided these services to the oil producing companies. You've got a choice, no matter how bullish you are and your experience and your resources. You can go head on and compete on wireline well testing. It's done in Nigeria. Nigerian local service company compete against Alibotin, Shalom BJs, and whatever. So it's no big deal. But then, because some of them were previous country managers, who have run those operations, even in Nigeria, and the clients are happy and they're sure of their competence and the quality of service that can come from them. But if you don't have that, there are certain part of the jobs which are not core competence of the multinationals. They always look for local subcontractors. They even go to subcontractors. So some of those consumables, they are technical items. Some are solutions. You can actually start through that. Or you partner with the multinational service companies. That partnership will usually avail you knowledge of those hidden black box. I always say that what you don't see, you can't imagine it. And there's no way you can plan and strategize to provide that service. But through relationship or through partnership or through subcontracting or through technical labor supply, you can avail your staff to the knowledge. And that's the only way you can get the technology. You work with them, you're exposed, you're fast learners, you invest in whatever equipment and assets required, and then you can grow your competence. And it's also nice to look for niche opportunities. If they say, oh, Namibians are making money in logistic base or in transportation or in marine vessels, and then 30, 40 people, they go into that same business. You create a glut. You have idle assets. But you've seen the value chain. There are more than 2,500 opportunities in that value chain. So you have the opportunity to strategically, based on your competence, your experience. And of course, when you look at, like in Nigeria, we have what we call the appendix to our law, where you see the capacity targets. There are those that have said, oh, Nigerians can do 70, 80, 90%. So that means there are a couple of players there. And there are those that say, oh, it's only 25, 30, or 40. That means there are opportunities for you to try and close that gap. Then you can invest in it and even have monopoly for years. I mean, you see the kind of services that we do. They look invisible, but we've been doing it for 20 years. In some of them, maybe 2 or 3 of us in Africa are doing those services. So there are kind of services that the client will be looking for you based on your competence, not the kind of business that it is dog eat dog, flogging yourself, thinning the margins, and not be able to grow. And that's what I mean by maximizing the local content opportunities, and even show that you can exceed the local surveyed baseline. That's okay, we can only do certain percentage, but you can push further through investment that you can do much more better. Because you're based in Namibia, you understand the business environment, you understand the logistic challenges, you should be able to use that to your advantage to be able to compete much more aggressively than somebody sitting down in maybe Stavanger and Googling Namibia, looking at the road to get to Wavis Bay, all those kind of things. But you know that there are ways you can move your goods from maybe straight to Wavis Bay or from here. So, I mean, those are ways that, and then you can be flexible. At times, because of the decision-making in the multinationals, from regional office to the base office, FCPA requirements, and all sorts of things. But as a local company, you should be very, very flexible, adaptable, try to do things pretty much faster than the other service providers. It's pretty important that you provide top quality services. Yesterday I said patents started 20 years before the local content law. So that means we need to come into the space, show the operators that we can actually perform as good as the multinational companies. So that means in terms of quality, the training of your staff, the test equipment, your safety records, you can do all that. And once you can convince them and give them good services, and I tell you, they will go miles with you. I had an incident before in the early stages, maybe like 15 years ago, where our partner tried to come in and get a job directly. And somebody in Shell told the guy, say, look, the jobs we're giving you in Aberdeen is because you have a local service provider that has exceeded our expectations. And without this company, you'll not get any job directly from us. And that's the kind of relationship you need to create. Once you provide good services, you will really get a lot of work. Now, there is always these contentious issues about the certifications. ISO certifications, 9001, environmental, occupational hazard. It is difficult for a young company within 3-4 years to have those certifications. And the fact that you don't have a certification doesn't mean you cannot do business in the oil industry. We once had an experience where we won Shell Best High Risk Contractor because we work offshore at the tallest height. You see the FPSO, we work on the mast where you have the radars, or they do a little extension like this staircase of the FPSO for you and put your equipment there. And that's where you have to go and service or install equipment. Then we didn't have the ISO certifications. So a company queried that, how could a local company that doesn't have a certification be the best high-risk safety contractor? But then we've passed the Shell rigorous safety certifications. They've seen us working offshore and they've seen our safety records. So what I'm saying is that as a startup company, because you need enough empirical evidences that you are carrying out those activities, like the quality, the safety. So what you need to do is have the policies, have the procedures, understand the awareness, and try over the time to teach your staff and follow those quality services. When you are now confident that your QMS, your safety is top-notch, then you call a third party to come and certify that what you are saying about the quality of your services is true. And that's why you have those certificates. So, but if you want to compete against the multinationals or beyond your shore, then you need to have it. Because that's an easy evidence that you understand the processes, you call a third party to certify your operations. And one of the major problems we have as local service providers, we say what we cannot do, and we try to eat more than what we can eat. When you are positioned to do a job, look at that job. Can I do it properly, or do I have gaps? If you have gaps, talk to international service companies. Look, we have this job. We need a technical person for 2 weeks to come and work with us. That way, whatever the shortcomings that you have in that job, you can learn it through that collaboration. Because once they give you a job and you mess it up, it's difficult for you to convince somebody that you can do the job well. In order to leverage, we've said this severally, and it's true. When we started working, it was a blind sight on the FPSO. We never had the experience than just working with the international service company. And through working with them, at times we have a job, I get my engineer to meet the engineer coming at the airport, collect the manual, read overnight, go to the field together and do the work. And we'll tell the guys, say, look, if you have 4 solutions, 4 systems to work on, let the guy see you doing the first one, doing the second one, guide him on how to do the third one, and watch him and monitor him carefully and see if he can do the fourth one. Those are ways you can get the competence. Because in this industry, the solutions are not off shelf and they are bespoke. So what you need to understand is the competence on how to maintain, understanding that system, how to maintain it, how to upgrade it, how to design it and integrate those solutions. And that's where you develop the competence. You don't need to know how to go and manufacture a pump or a compressor. Because where they are manufacturing, the economy of scale does not make it profitable for you to try and do that out here. And of course, some of those solutions last for years on those platforms. So for you to even get the replacement may take 10, 15, 20, or 30 years. So why not focus on the competence, how to maintain them, understand the spares, and do all the work as much as possible locally. And you won't believe it, the level of retention from technical competence service works enormous. And that's what keeps most people, because if there are no projects, there'll be maintenance work, there'll be upgrades, there'll be extension. I can make money from there. Very important, staff training. You need to pay the staffs very well. You need to train them to Germany, to South Korea, to the OEMs, because if a very good compressor or generator repairing company, if you are not certified on Caterpillar or on certain compressors, you can't touch it. They won't give you the job. So you need to also get the OEM certifications for those solutions. And also the OEM assurance that the company representing us in Namibia, we trust them, they can do the work. So we don't need to give the job to any other person. In fact, some of them would tell you, we got a partner in Namibia, nobody else outside Namibia can touch that solution. But before they can say that, you need to be proven. And you need to have the people that can do it. So to conclude, all the stakeholders must work together. The operators, like in Nigeria, we have the OPTS, which are the operators. We have the PCTS, which are the international service companies, that of Alabotin, Schlumberger, and others. And we have PETAN. Then we have the regulators. So periodically we meet and try to see how to foster relations within ourselves. I repeat, the quality and technical depth of service provider you have in Namibia will depend on the pedigree of the founders. Some of us need to leave our comfort zone and be in this service industry. I can tell you, it's a beautiful journey. There is nothing as exciting as seeing local people, citizens of countries in Africa, some without passports, making them expatriates through competence across the continents, doing unimaginable feats. There is one lesson I learned from my junior brother that retired from Schlumberger. He performed so well in his district, and I asked him, you've got different local and expatriate ratios than the other districts, but the guys with you excelled, your district excelled. And I asked why. He said, you know what? Give those Africans the challenges, the opportunities. They will kill themselves to excel. And what I'm telling you is, we've got brilliant Africans, graduates, deeply intelligent. What they just need is proper exposure, guidance into that industry, and you see the way they will excel. I mean, you can see today in Nigeria, A lady is the MD of Shell, SNEPCO. And a lot of Nigerians are also the MDs of the multinationals in Nigeria. One of the strategic ways of developing local suppliers, you may not have much control during the construction of the FPSO and the solutions that will go inside. It depends on the preference of the operators. I mean, if Total is used to certain solutions globally, wherever they're going, that's what they're going to use. But with the advent of virtually every nation, I mean, you saw the African map yesterday, almost all African countries are for explorations. So even the OEMs are stretched. They don't have enough resource to even go out. And I used to say that if you look at the Saipem, the Technip, the GE 5 years ago, McDermott, how many projects do they have in Africa? Almost zero. But today, each one of them has at least 3, 4 projects or 5 projects all over the place. Where are the service providers? Most of us died during COVID. Most of us closed shop during COVID. So that means the market is looking for us. The market wants service providers. The OEMs need service agents. They cannot go beyond their horizon. So the last word is, for us to survive as service providers, we focus on quality service, timely service delivery. Not that you promise 3 weeks, it became 3 months. There are activities waiting for that solution, or there's a system that is shut down that they require the parts or the components that you promised will come in 2 weeks, or there are other scheduled activities that have consequential liabilities. So it's important, timely service deliveries and safe practices. We used to say that if you think working safely is not the best, try accident. Then you appreciate the value of safety. And not only that, safety is not safety the way you look at it. Safety is the best way, the most economic, the best practice, the best way of doing those activities. On this note, I say thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Let's not eat more than what is necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please give him another round of applause. Have we completed the feedback forms? Are they ready for collection? We need to get them now, please. Just send them to whichever edge or corner is closest to you, please. Please do that right away. Ladies and gentlemen, someone lost a very valuable orange diary in this room. It doesn't contain any money as far as I know, but it does contain very important information that you will not be able to use for any of your own benefits. Only that person who's the owner of the diary can use it. If you do find the orange diary, please bring it to the technical office. That would be highly appreciated. We are more than 1 hour behind schedule. In other words, that means if we do not lose 1 single minute, we will leave at 8 o'clock this evening. In the event that we lose any minute, we will leave later than that. So I hope we realize how serious that is. I'm very excited about the next presentation. I'm told we'll even have a video show integrated as part of it. But before we announce it, a gentleman who is a farmer, a former banker, a chartered accountant, a fellow runner, a smart gentleman, goes by the name of Mr. Betumbwabi Mungunda. He's the founder of Ombu Capital, and he'll lead the next panel discussion. Of the 10 items that we have left, 2 of them are panel discussions. Mr. Mungunda, with your indulgence, I would like to ask you, Mr. Mungunda, with your indulgence, I'd like to ask you as soon as he's done to please make your way to the podium so we won't then call you up at the time. Let's give Mr. Mungunda a round of applause while we're at it. And we are now joined for purposes of what is happening in the downstream picture. What does that affair look like? by Mr. Pedro de Oliveira, Director of Corporate Relations, SONILS, from the Republic of Angola. So Mr. Mangunda, you'll join them as soon as he's done. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very delighted to be back in Namibia, the land of brave. So, for the authorities, for the diplomatic body, and for you guys that were invited for this very big and good event, you are very welcome, and consider all the protocol observed. Well, yesterday, I was very attentive when Mr. Shiwana mentioned that there are 4 pillars elected to endeavor the oil and gas sector growing in Namibia. One of them, I was very interested, is the was the logistic, specifically for the oil and the gas sector. This is what we're going to talk about. So, but let me start to talk a little bit on the Angolan experience. And I want to say that this approach really worked in Angola. This approach, this sense of integrated logistic services really worked in Angola and still working. That reduces the cost of production. That increases the efficiency, and it also increases the revenue for the country. That looks like a good news, doesn't it? That was done already in Angola and still being done right now. One of the reasons for existing or to build a specific logistic base to support the oil and gas industry is really reduce and optimize the cost of production. Because if you have base splitted everywhere, if the producer or the production company start building their own bases, they won't be focused on the core business that they should. And that may increase the time to provide the services and so on and so forth. So this is also a nice and big opportunity to increase the employment, to divert the local content that we've been talking about since yesterday. And this is a nice perspective to think about and perhaps to be done here. This is why Sonangol is here to play this role and help the Namibians to do it by your own. So, in the other hand, we want to make sure that the service providers and the production companies, they do what they do best: produce oil, bring it from the ground, and make sure money comes to the country. We've done that. We've experienced that. And I know, I'm sure, that you guys, Namibians, with us, we can do it. As my predecessor said, like Obama used to say, yes, together we can. So let's quickly have a look on Sonil's showcase. Well, this is the way Sonil's grew. Starting in 1995, actually I was 17 years old at that time. And it started as oil service center, a small piece of land supporting Total, giving the whole support. It was right after the election, the first democratic election take place in Angola. And the base grew according to the need. We made mistakes, yes, we made. But we did it right, yes, we did. We learned from that, yes, we learned. And this is the learning curve that we want to make short for you guys. Winning time, winning money, and employing people. Essentially, there were no place for Sonils to go. So, how was it possible? We had to claim land from the sea. We have to create space in the sea. I attentively heard Mr. Kanim saying this morning, for example, in Ludritz, the place is rocky and requires investment. And we've done so in Angola. We've gone through the sea and built the base in there. Let me show you quickly a quick video how it was. It will be really quick. I would like to show you a little bit more, but just put sweet in your tongue. So, the Sonils integrated logistics service have a lot of service to provide, and this is just a resume from supply vessels, OGV and passenger vessels, from offices, warehouses, specialized workshops, transportation and handling equipment, a crew terminal for people going and back from and to offshore, support from desalination plant to provide electricity for the whole operation going on, water for the boats going and coming from offshore, a specialized staff, which is the most valuable resource that we have with huge experience to transmit, a shipping agency and custom and tax authorities inside the base. So these all services is there to make sure that we don't lose time. As per was said before, this industry, this kind of activity requires right after answer whenever the question raises. So there is also a lot to be shown in terms of land, how was it built and how was done, but these numbers show and say it by itself. I won't go through this number yet. So what was else done? This is important for you guys, Namibian. Sonils per year brings 30 students from the university train them, give them skills in order for them to be ready to work for the industry, and for everywhere they go, they are ready to work. Some of them, the best ones, stand at Sonils. They stand in there and work for us. So we manage to work on the waste resources that are there, on the social responsibility, and also to try to planting as we go on our area, so that we make sure that we comply with all the requirement that is needed for this industry, specifically for the climate change. Are these all that I have to show you? Not yet. So these are some of the initiatives that we're working on: affordable and clean energy. At this point, at Sonils, 100% of the electricity and energy is clean. 15% of our equipment is becoming electrical equipment. So we're making sure that we comply with the climate change that is ongoing everywhere now. The sustainable equipment that we have, the life and health, the gender equality, and the life under the water still ongoing work doing there. So there are a few highlights that I would like to show you also. Most of them we have already told, but for example, my predecessor spoke about obtaining the right certification. At Sonils, we already have the ISO 14000, the 51000, and the 27000 certification, and also the 9000 ongoing at this point. So there is a specific technical stuff that is being created also in place. And one of them is the software to control the operations, to make sure everything is being done properly and on time. This was built from scratch in Angola, from Angolans at Sonils. So this is what we want to bring to Namibia. And at this point, we have more than 104 clients inside the base that shows the integrated concept that we're working on. In the next slide, shows up what we provide in terms of support for the oil and gas. All of these companies are working at Sonils now, and some of them are coming to Namibia. Sonils is the right company, the right partner for you to have, because they believe on us, and they will believe on you, of course, if we bring us here with them. So if you look at the story a little bit behind us, either Namibians and Angolans, we have fought together for the independence and freedom for our people, right? Angolans want to bring expertise and want to bring also that investment on this matter, on this journey to the development and sustainability of this sector. Showing you the successful steps that we've gone through, and the mistakes that we made, show you in order for you to avoid the errors that we've been done during this process. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to approach the time that the program director is always speaking about, I'm going to finish and say this again. This is what we want to bring to Namibia and more. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. And thank you very much for this opportunity. I've got a job to try and moderate this very distinguished panel. And I will try and do that within the allocated time frame. But this is a very, very important topic to everyone. But before I do that, I don't have all my panelists here. So I would like to call out those that are missing. Mr. Ibrahim Atala, the Chief Operating Officer of Invest in Africa, which is a collaboration between the public-private donor organizations improving access to markets, skills and markets for local enterprises across the continent. Welcome. And then I would like to call Mr. Joaquim Shipuko, Commercial Director of Sonils. And then last but not least, Mr. Adrian Straydon, Chief Executive Officer of SOACA, which stands for South African Oil and Gas Alliance, which is also another public-private partnership aimed at promoting the oil and gas value chains in South Africa. But before we do that, I just wanted to just give a bit of some context as well, that we just make sure that we localize this conversation about local participation. So firstly, we do have a challenge in Namibia. And the challenge is, it is before the oil and gas. We don't have yet the oil and gas in Namibia, but we are the second most unequal society in the world, only after South Africa, Mr. Straydon. And then we also have an extremely high unemployment rate in the 40%, and that is before the oil and gas. Then also some context. I think our colleagues here will also appreciate that if you look at some of the largest oil producing countries on the continent, and you look at the oil and gas as a percentage of GDP, you see a number of those countries with oil and gas contributing more than 50%. So I think the question and the discussion earlier on here around the Dutch disease, is it not there already? And then I think just if one also look at another thing as well, if you look at the Human Development Index, the global ranking from the UNDP, you also see a number of our countries on the continent ranking extremely low in terms of the Human Development Index. And Namibia is also amongst the lowest ranked countries as well. So I think the point there, and if you look at the Gini coefficient, which measures the level of inequality in a society, you will note there that a large number of the oil producing countries on the continent are extremely unequal. And as I said earlier, Namibia is second most unequal society. And then you see all the other countries on the continent. And I think the earlier point around Norway, you see Norway producing, but also still quite a high Gini coefficient, but significantly below the global average. But if you look to the right, you look at the global ranking, as I said, with Namibia being the second. Then, so I think the key point there is when we look at local participation, we should also try and make sure that the local participation is broad-based, because if it is not broad-based, it will also result in inequality in a particular society. And some of our societies are extremely unequal. I think we've already seen the services, both in terms of the value chain in the typical oil and gas sector, and then also the input services that have already been indicated earlier. So I think this is really probably the context with which we will start this conversation. And I'm going to start with Mr. Tala, the Chief Operating Officer of Invest Africa. And then maybe just asking a question around maximizing local participation obviously requires willingness by the IOCs to involve local enterprises and enhance capacities for local companies to penetrate and compete in these very globalized value chains. But maybe from an Invest in Africa perspective, what are some of the most specific programs and measures that Invest in Africa has implemented to support competitiveness amongst the local enterprises?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mugunda. And thank you for your question. Very interesting to enter into the matter. First of all, Invest in Africa is a private sector initiative and focusing on local content development throughout Africa. We started that in Kenya, and now we're present in Ghana, Senegal, Mauritania, and have JV partners in Uganda. So our objective is to make sure that local content provisions and local content regulation goes through smoothly for all the stakeholders, including government, development banks, IOCs, subcontractors, international ones, and most of all, local private sector. So we've been facing this type of situation in all those countries, and there is something that is mainstream, is that discoveries of oil and gas resources brings a set of parameters, which are enthusiasm. We all think we're gonna get rich, and it is possible. And another thing is that the oil and gas industry comes with a set of very stringent requirements. And those requirements are technical, related to compliance, to quality, to capacity, capabilities, experience, and the list is very long. Another situation is that the local content requirements also are very hard to attain. And one of the last, the most critical situation is that the local private sectors may also be not at the level to enter like the minimum level of engagement in the supply chain of the oil and gas operators and their tier one contractors. So anywhere we go, what we do in the first place, Mr. Engineer Simbi Wabote mentioned that yesterday with his very brilliant presentation, is that we start with a baseline survey to understand what is the level of compliance and the level of readiness of the local private sector. And what helps us to do that is that we already know what are the services that are possible to deliver within the oil and gas supply chain and value chain, and also what are the requirements for each service. So one of the critical things we do is we collect data throughout the local private sector to understand who are the players, what are their capabilities, what do they do, and depending on their tier of service or scope of service, compare their profile with the requirements of those services. So that in the first place, we have a short list of companies in country that are ready, quotes, a short list of companies that are almost ready and that need just a little push, and another short list of companies that are definitely not ready and that would need a lot of help and a lot of time and a lot of effort to get there. And in order to bridge those gaps, what we do is that we have electronic platforms we put in place in all those countries where we share the information with the local companies about the reality of the sector. We share the information about the requirements, about the opportunities, the procurement plans of the IOCs, who are the main operators on those projects, and also the procurement plans on the tier one contractors, because one reality is that you may see Shell, Total, and all the IOC like Recon, they are going to subcontract the biggest part of the job to other international companies who we call in the industry the tier one contractors. And the brilliant Angolan presenter earlier mentioned a list of subcontractors. You can find Halliburton, Schlumberger, Modec. As a local company, those are your target clients because they have the biggest part of the job to give you. So after we share the procurement plans also, we push the companies that already meet the requirements so that they have the priority. We also give them counseling, etc. So they can actively participate into the tendering process. And for the companies that are not there yet, we have supplier development programs and that are subsidized by the IOCs, wherever we are. In Senegal, for example, it started with Ghana. In Ghana, we have been supported by Tullow Oil and Modec and Musk Drilling. In Senegal, we are with BP and the Woodside in both oil and gas projects. And also we are benefiting of a subsidy from the African Development Bank so that we select a short list of 120 companies to support in a frame of 24 months so that we can help them get up to the level. And there are a set of challenges that come through that supply development endeavor. And we are going to explore those challenges throughout the discussion.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Omole, I think you've now been with us. It feels like you are part of us. But I think within that context, I think the data that we saw earlier doesn't actually quite indicate, as we've heard from yesterday, that oil discoveries and oil production help us to resolve and deal with our societal issues. The theme for this conference is inclusive growth. And somehow we haven't seen that. So maybe what are the things that could be done differently, that there is broad-basedness in terms of that, in terms of the localization, so that there's localization, because as long as the localization is concentrated in a few people, we're not going to have broad-based growth and broad-based prosperity. Maybe from your perspective, what are maybe the things that could be Namibia should consider to try and really bring about change in that perspective?
Thank you very much. If you look at the statistics from NCDMB yesterday, they registered 10,000 service providers. And I think some of the early steps that has to be done, the first is what we're doing now. Increasing the awareness about the industry to the Namibians. Try to organize what we call opportunity fairs, whereby you look at the various projects, you negotiate right from the beginning of a project, the local content plan, what part of the project will be domesticated, which part of the project will require alliance, and then you try to see that through. That way you will help, because it has to be a concentric effort. You have to help to create a critical mass. Both that I spoke about all the stakeholders working together to increase the local content. So there'll be deliberate efforts. Where the opportunities are available in those contracts, look at the timeline. In fact, if you go to Mozambique, the Total LNG project, the regulator were able to extract the opportunities, the differential scopes, the timeline, and rough estimates of the contract value. So that encouraged more and more people to plan ahead. So basically what I'm saying is that it's important to create a critical mass. And you could see all the ancillary effects. Wavis Bay is the operational base. By the time activities are building up, you see restaurants, you see hotels, you see hospitals, better healthcare services, you see more flights, You know, so basically, I think people used to make a mistake of just looking at the crude oil value, the extractions, the few guys working with the IOCs. But you are forgetting that it's a business driver. It has multiplier effects. And the beauty is that majority of the money coming into Namibia are non-Namibian money. It's not from your regular exports or uranium or other resources. It's coming from people bringing a final investment decision. And once they put it there, it's there for the next 40, 50 years. You build an FPSO, you can't take it away. It will keep on producing. So I think we can start looking at it from that perspective, and then make concentric efforts on how do we get involved. The training certifications, getting more and more people, creating new class. I mean, more income, much purchasing power. You can buy more things around, you spread the money around, more support services, more logistics. So that will bring a lot of catalytic effects. I mean, I told you yesterday, you go to Uganda today, you see skyscrapers all over the whole place, massive structures. And you'll be wondering, where is this money coming from? Obviously, it's coming from, some of the money coming for the projects, new residential structures. So the real estate, I mean, that's the whole essence. And not only that, if you look at the Uganda, along the Tilenga, the Eco pipeline, each of the ministry made concentric efforts. Agriculture, how do we produce food to feed during that project? Where you have 5,000, 10,000 people working in the field. Where do we get the water? Where do we get the healthcare services? Women ministry, how do we get the women to get involved? What are the programs? What would the women do in the cooperatives to make money from the industry?
Yeah.
You talk about the ICT as well, the broadband. They look at the hospital. How do we have enough hospitals on those chains? The schools, what investment do they need to put? So basically what I'm saying is that there are new models now, which we never had. So when I go to places like Uganda and I'm in a conference like this, I see like 8 different ministers, small scale industries, agriculture, women, health, all looking at how much money they would make from the Tilenga project. So if we start looking at that from that perspective, the effect that we want, we see the multiplier effect. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, because I think, so thank you very much. I think the key takeaway is local participation is one thing, but we must also be intentional about it being inclusive, and then also broad-based and more stakeholders. And I think maybe just picking up on that, Mr. Joachim Shipuko from Sonios, I think we've heard all the illustrious history there about your company in Angola and what you have done and what you have achieved. But if you can pick 2 services from your learnings in Angola, 2 or 3 services that you think Namibian enterprises and Namibian stakeholders and policymakers should target in the beginning in terms of capturing that value locally, what would those 2 or 3 services be?
Okay, thank you for having me. It's good to be part of the Braves. Before this, I'm questioning myself, what new can I say? Because Pedro was here before me, and he pretty much said everything. So what is it I will say that is new to you? So give it up for Mr. Pedro again. Let me start with saying that Sonios is a Sonangol company and is therefore a public company. We are located physically in Luanda by the port terminal. And you have seen it on the presentation that we are covering about 1.3 million square meter, whereby we are serving our clients. Today we are counting on about 144 clients, among which 52% are residents. They are housed in Sonios. and among which 10% are local companies. So a local company in terms of local content. And to also say that our management team has challenged us in a sense of what new value can we add for the local content. That is something that we have on the table and we're working on. So when it comes to services, you have seen again the list that Pedro has demonstrated on the presentation. That goes from engineering for infrastructure in a sense of responding to what our client needs. That also goes on to the we own and we rent facility and installations that involves offices and warehouses. And then we do end-to-end on material handling. So whether if it's inbound, whether if it comes by road or if it comes by sea, and then offshore. And I think we also heard here in the morning that this concept is a sort of a one-stop shop because this is integrated in a sense that all the services take place in one single place. Now, when it comes to Namibia, what are going to be the services that local enterprise can tackle? We also heard here that there is no room for copy-paste. Each country has got its own reality. And from what we heard yesterday, and I've been participating on some of the conferences before this, I think it's really very clear that Namibia knows what they want. So well, if it's going to be on the tertiary services, if it's going to be on the secondary services, the reality is that from the platform that Namibia is building, is very clear that there will be room, is very clear that local enterprises will take benefit and they will surely have a role to play and they will be part of the business. So I don't think it would be valuable to say it here what services they would be, but again, as I said, they can either be on handling services, they can either be on construction services, but again, Namibians will know better, they will allocate properly, and we see and we heard here about the local content. That is very important for the businesses in Namibia. For those coming here to do business, they need to incorporate that concept of the local content. So I would say that there is opportunity, good opportunity, and that the local content will play significant role. Thank you.
Thank you for suggesting that we should find our own solutions, Mr. Chipusha. And I think on that basis, then I go to the Namibian amongst us. Mr. Mwanashilenga, Recon Namibia has now operated in the country for the last, say, 2 to 3 years. In those 2 to 3 years, maybe what were some of the services, goods or services that, you know, Recon could actually easily procure locally? And maybe what are those 2 to 3 services which proved difficult to source locally for Recon in the last 2 to 3 years?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Recon Namibia actually has been operating in Namibia since 2014. And that was the time when we were doing geological, geophysical studies of the area of the Kavango Basin. And after those years, we found really that there is a lot of potential in the Kavango Basin. Then 2020, 2021, we moved into the Kavango Basin, put an office in Rundu, located 3 drilling positions, drilled 3 wells, acquired 2D seismic for us to understand the geology of the area very well, and also flew some EFTG, that is basically gravity, which helps you understand the structures down there. It basically differentiates the density of the rock. Then you can know exactly where you are going. And Good. Equipment. One good thing is that we brought in a rig, an onshore rig, which is owned by us. That's the top advantage regarding costs. Because had we been renting a rig from somebody or some company, they've been very expensive. So we own our own rig. When we are waiting for permits from government, we park it, and it's not so expensive because a third-party rig would mean you are paying daily rates in all industries, daily rates. So it's pretty expensive. So that's a plus. So the equipment and material, we're happy that in Namibia there's quite a lot of staff. They are quite good engineers for civils, for roads and the pad, because the pad is not any other pad. It has to be at decision angle or zero. Otherwise, you lose your well. Because remember, you're drilling around 2,000, 3,000 meters down. And if you deviate by a degree, you'll be away from your position when you reach there. So we're very happy that we've got excellent civil engineers and contractors who did a very, very good work in the 3 wells we drilled. Yeah, regarding services, we are also quite happy because we are in contact actually with Sonils. The companies in Sonils, specifically Halliburton and Schlumberger, we get equipment from them and the experts we need for certain services. It's not like getting people from Aberdeen, which is much more expensive, or Brazil or the US. So Namibia's location is very good. One other thing I would like to say is the question of Oshikango, the border post. Very efficient, we're very happy with it. When our first goods came in from Angola, from Sonils in Rwanda, there was an issue of imperial units and all those things. But then that was cleared and we're happy. We're bringing stuff straight. So it's thumbs up for the government on that one. Yeah. So that's what we experienced. It was, I mean, generally it's very good and it's helping us cost-wise to run the operation smoothly and fine.
No, thanks very much. I think it's very good to hear about the compliments for the engineering field of the country. So I know that there are many engineers around here, so you must be very pleased with that. But I didn't hear anything about the accounting and finance people, but that's maybe for another day. But to go to Mr. Strydom, Namibia and South Africa have shared a history of segregated development and thus share the sad record of being the world's most unequal societies, as we saw there. So apart from maximizing local participation, how could Namibia use the oil and gas sector to address inequality within its midst? And I know that South Africa has been on a path, in the last number of years to try and do that.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity and good afternoon. It's maybe South Africa's not the best model to use, and I want to be honest about that. I think we could have done things a lot more different. We could have been further along the positive path, but I believe Namibia has an opportunity to really showcase how it's done to the world. Coming from a diverse background, one of it being in skills and developing of people and human capacity, my first, and I think the most powerful way of spreading wealth is through education and training. And I believe Namibia has to aggressively
go in that direction. One, map out the gaps or map out the capacity it has, and map out what is needed in the next couple of years, and then approach aggressively the capacitating of its people. Just an example, we had a project that I'm very proud of that we coordinated at Sehoga. We have trained about, over the past couple of years, 2,000 artisans across industries. And just before COVID, we did a bit of a dipstick test to test the success of the program that we ran. And we contacted about 200 of those interns that qualified as artisans. And we wanted to know what happened to them. Are they employed? And 96% of them were employed. So I believe one of the important areas is at artisan development across the board, because it also would service renewables, it would service hydrogen, it would service gas. So I believe an aggressive approach to develop people, but secondly, also as aggressive, develop entrepreneurs. The great thing about artisans is you can very easily develop an artisan into an entrepreneur. So certainly the other possibility is another project that we worked on is to develop ISO accredited companies. And I interviewed only one of the companies that went through a program of ISO development that we facilitated. And clearly that process transformed that particular company into an immediate success, because they could now provide products, they could manufacture products that are at a world global standard. And I can go on, but just very quickly, you know, in terms of standards for training, we need to make sure the oil and gas industry is a global industry and it requires global standards. That is not negotiable. So it is important then, you know, if you look at the North Sea example, there was a disaster many years ago, and that forced industry to develop OPITO standards. So we don't have to wait for a disaster. We can learn from what happened elsewhere, and we can make sure that we don't have disasters. We train up to a very high standard across the board, manufacturing up to a high standard, and then partnerships. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. So I think what we are hearing is education and training, but also education and training across the economy, not only just for the oil and gas sector. We are also, as we've heard from earlier on from Mr. Omole, it's also the need for making sure that the standards are global standards. And then we also heard earlier in terms of the need for enterprise development. And that is mentorship, training, support, all across. So we need to be intentional about these things. Now, coming back to Mr. Tala, and I kind of almost see a dichotomy somewhere here. So there is very little intercontinental trade and traveling. That's one. And whilst attempts are being made through the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to improve this, I think all the conversations and all the presentations that I was hearing in terms of local content is very nationalistic. You know, in Uganda, we've been able to do this. In Nigeria, we've been able to do this. In Angola, we've been able to do this. So in Namibia, we're also going to want to make sure it's Namibian or is it Namibian or versus continental? I think, how do you see this?
Well, we can say that we don't have the choice but partner. And it's either with our fellow Africans or with other companies outside of Africa, or else we lose the opportunities because we cannot do everything. The requirements are high, and it takes a long run to bridge those gaps in the first place. And then it does not only take bridging those gaps to have access to the opportunities. Because one reality of the oil and gas industry is that the oil and gas is very promising in terms of opportunities, but yet the number of tenders is very limited. I have breaking news for Namibian-owned companies, is that not everyone is going to get a contract in the oil and gas industry. It's a fact. That happened in Ghana, in Kenya, in Senegal, everywhere. We are very respectful to the work Petan is doing in Nigeria. It gathers the main players, service providers in the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. And how many members are you counting, Mr. Ranti? 100. 100 companies. When I launched the platform, the African Partner Pool platform in Senegal, over 8 months, we consolidated a list of 1,700 companies that wanted to enter the oil and gas industry. After 2 years, we could not present them to more than 100 tenders. And yet, within those 100 tenders, only 36 companies could have a contract. That's a level of success of less than 3%. So that means that the risk is high. It is good to have engagement from the local private sector, and that is the way to go, clearly. But that engagement should not be exclusive to one industry, because that brings us to what we call the Dutch disease, which is provoked by the fact that everyone neglects the other sectors of the economy and focuses on only one sector, reaches on only one, which is like driving all investment and effort and training to only one sector. And that brings disbalance, and that is not good for the economy. That's not good. That leads to disindustrialization of the economy. When we look at the supply chain of the oil and gas industry, all the services are needed everywhere. We're talking about drilling, maybe in offshore drilling, like it's not in the mining. But when we talk about services like support services, logistics, inspection, welding, fabrication, material works, all those services are needed by the economy in a whole.
Yeah.
You can do it in the mining, you can do it in the renewables, you can do it in the construction. The only difference is that the requirements are high. And what are the requirements? The oil and gas says that we cannot afford to waste our time with risk. So we do our best to make sure that we mitigate the risk. How do we mitigate the risk? By contracting with the local supplier. He needs to show us that he is capable of doing the job. He delivers the work with the proper discipline. That is the matter. That is the purpose of certification. ISO certification is nothing but a set of processes you need to implement within your company and stick to that and review it continuously.
Yeah. Can I, so I'm going to, if I can ask that on the remaining questions that you please be very brief, because I just want to at least give one more question, opportunity for one more question to everybody else.
Okay.
Because I think the director is being unfair, he's cutting into my time, but it's anything I can do. Mr. Omole, if you can please be brief, but I think it's a very critical question relating to Petan, just in terms of, because I think where we are now, we need to start to work on the local enterprise needs to start to work on how do they come together, how do they prepare. Maybe from the formation of Petan, what are some of the do's and don'ts in terms of making that effective? And then also secondly, added to that is, obviously within the development of the local content policy laws and regulations, there is going to be areas that are significantly contested between the international investors and the local business community. If you can highlight maybe one of those key contested areas within the context of Nigeria and how that was resolved.
Yeah, thank you. Let me start with the last question. I mean, basically, you typically have, I mean, people live in comfort zones. And if I'm here, I have a car and I have air conditioner repairer for 3, 4, 5, 10 years. And I move to another town and I have a problem with my car. The first thing that will occur to me is think about the guy 2 hours away, even if there's somebody in front of me that can do the work. So typically you have issues on, can the local companies do the work? Do they have the capacity? Would they be cost effective, you know, over time? And I think basically what we have done is carry the engagement to the operators, show our capabilities, show our experiences, get the confidence that we can do the work, rather than waiting for legislation or for the government to say, give them the work. And of course, when you're going to do that, you have to show what you have put on ground. Do you have the facilities? Do you have equipment? Do you have the competent people to do the work? So if you can put all those mixes together, it makes it easier. In fact, there was a year on Zaba Zaba that we actually engaged the FPSO, the 3 key ones, and another one. We sat down with them and said, look, these are the job on the top sides. These are our capabilities. Let's look at, just like what you did, let's look at this are the job that can be done between 0 to 3 years, beyond 3 years. So there is that agreement between we and the operators. And we were showing them the empirical evidences that we can do the work. So, I mean, you have to show that I can do it. If you cannot do it, have a partnership that have the track record to do it. Then that will convince them that they have to do that. Now, regarding the service association, we need, there are different approaches. There are current service providers in Namibia. We need to profile the database and look at those who are in the core industry. Look at those who are ready, who has what. So that means basically you need to put some parameters in place and use that to try and have an effective association. Now, let me give you, we are working with Ghana and Uganda to reorganize our service association. Because being landlocked, the very first, and then being offshore, the very first opportunities available will be logistics. Either from the vessel, marine vessels, or from Mombasa or Dar es Salaam, into truck owners. So the early association members are mostly logistics people, including clearing agents, freight forwarders. And now that the oil activities is coming up, we say, okay, fine. What did you do is, even within logistics, set the parameters. Do you have trucks? Do you have lifting equipment? Do you have warehouse capacities? Or you're just briefcase clearing agents? So basically, you can use that to sift that group and then create about 3 or 4 or 5 different technology groups. Fabrication, facilities, well services, even if you don't have, or create the shells. And then gradually, so in the same vein, I expect, and we will work. In fact, I expect, and we will work. In fact, I had a little discussions with somebody today. I said, look, we will support. And see how we can support to create the association. I mean, we work with Senegal. We understand each other. They set up a company, and we're trying to see how they can grow it. We work with Mozambique, and try to see how they can build a proper association. Because once you have that, you have a group of people with a common purpose. We lobby, we sit down, review the amendments to the law. If it's not beneficial to us, the local service providers, we create our own propositions, we meet the assembly, we publicize it. So real advocacy. So basically, we also try to share knowledge, share training, and share exposure.
Yeah.
So the same thing we have to do in Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think for the local enterprises, an advocacy group is critical, but it's critical also, it's a critical success factor, it appears, for local participation. I think the last question to Mr. Shipuko, I think what we've heard today is that a well-functioning port infrastructure is critical for offshore oil production. Maybe if you can just tell us a little bit in terms of how could port authorities support the growth and competitiveness of local enterprises in the oil and gas logistics subsector, because it appears that the ports authority are actually at the core around the input services into this sector. Maybe what are the 1, 2, or 3 things that the port authority, I think the MT was here, what if they can hear, what are the things that they need to take away from your experience in Angola? You're not prescribing to us. We just want to hear your experiences. Thank you.
What I would say is that when it comes to supporting the oil and gas industry, based on our experience, actually the support does not come only from the port authorities. And on that sense, I would say that Namibia is blessed when you look into the supporting infrastructure that exists already. If you look at the logistics capacity of Namibia, if you look at the education system of Namibia, if you look at the healthcare system, I mean, it's developed at the moment where you're discovering oil, and it's blessed if you compare to other countries in the region that are quite a lot, that at the moment where they discovered oil in their countries, they didn't have maybe half of that capacity that Namibia does have. Now, when it comes to the port authorities, yes, the support base is critical, and support base can basically jeopardize or put at risk the development of the sector. Because as we heard people here talking in the morning that the support base is actually a gateway to offshore, meaning whatever you want to do offshore, it has to go through a support base. So without that, I mean, you have a challenge. I can give an example of Sonials. We start developing the base, and Pedro said that in the morning very well, that the concept is very nice, but we had struggles. I mean, if you look at 2008, 2012, the activity went so high, Sonil happened to support very close to 20 rigs that took us into a challenge to make sure that we had the resources to support the industry without have to create constraints to the development of the sector. So the port authorities, they will need support themselves on other local authority. For example, the concept of Sonils came up through the conception itself came up from the port authority discussing with the Ministry of Transport that actually are in charge of the port in Angola, and then with the Ministry of Petroleum. And that applies the same. If you look at the MOU that Sonil has with Namibia, also encompasses the presence of the Namport and Sonil's coming in as a technical expert. So, I mean, and the port, yes, by themselves, I think the key element they need to really work on is making sure that the most critical element that is land is available. And I think with Ms. Andrew demonstrated here very clearly in the morning here that there is a second phase when we come into a development phase. There is land enough to develop a proper infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you. And I think just allowed one last question, and I'm going to ask to our visitor from South Africa. So given the low number of direct employment in the oil and gas sector, what is it that SOACA has done in South Africa to kind of create linkages with other sectors so that there could be more employment in those other sectors? And which sectors generally do you find to have the highest multiplier effect?
Manufacturing is certainly the one in South Africa, in the South African context. And I like what the chair of Shell said earlier. If you look at every country, the conditions, the contexts are unique. And in South Africa at the moment, certainly manufacturing is an area where most of the skill, technical skill is going. But those skills are available at a later stage for the oil and gas sector. Although we facilitated the development and capacity building, those skills will always be there. I just want to, in closing, say that I think there's a coordinated regional approach championed by Namibia that is needed because they will know where the gaps are. I like the proverb, the African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So I think, from a South African industry perspective, we certainly would like to support Namibia. I think you really blessed to be at this point of gas exploration, and we would really like to support you and wish you well for the future.
Thank you very much. When I came on stage, I actually timed, it was 4:25. But I'm being threatened here, but I've given 10 minutes back to the director. So thank you very much to the panelists. Really, really appreciate it, and thank you.
Okay, Pashinini, Mr. Munguda, please give him a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a chartered accountant. Can we just state that again publicly? It was indeed 25 minutes past 4 that he started. You add 45 minutes to that, it's 10 past 5. It's now 19 minutes past 5. He took 9 minutes. In other words, as per the schedule as it stands now, we leave 9 minutes after the 8 o'clock news on NBC1. Ladies and gentlemen, just 2 or 3 very important announcements. We do not know how you'll enter your marital home or your dwelling this evening because you are no longer in possession of your keys. These keys are supposed to unlock a marital home or a dwelling. That certainly will not be possible this evening if you do not claim these keys. I'll return them to the technical desk. These keys. Number 2, there was a meeting in the Gamsberg meeting venue earlier, and we're missing a white rectangular box. It's a small Wi-Fi router, MTC branded. We are mindful of the fact that that certainly is not the only white rectangular MTC branded mobile router, and therefore you may have inadvertently picked it up and taken it along. We understand that. Kindly have a look at the router in your possession. It may not be yours, and please promptly return it. If it doesn't get promptly returned, we'll deal with the matter as is required to deal with the common law offense of theft. Lastly, a submission has been made to the head of state, His Excellency, Dr. Hage Geingob, to declare tomorrow a public holiday. We understand that he's very seriously considering it. In the event that he approves, this long weekend will be known as the Oil and Gas Weekend. So kindly hold thumbs for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce three names, and one of them in fact has to be elsewhere in a different region by 6 o'clock. That's how serious the matter is. These three ladies will, once one is done, the other one will come to the podium. So we'll make sure that we clap for all three of them simultaneously in the interest of the precious resource of time. First up, we'll have Madame Esther Makamure, Manager Client Relations, Southern Africa, African Export-Import Bank. Once she is done, immediately thereafter, we'll have Madame Sepo Hayambo, Executive Commercial, F&B, Namibia. And then we'll have Madame Helen Ampolo, Head Investments, Development Bank of Namibia. Although we were smelling the money that is supposed to come from the oil yesterday already, we do know that we need money in order to make money. So this session, session 8, will focus on exactly how we will raise financing in order to finance our ambitions around oil and gas. So the sequence, Madame Esther Makamure, Madame Hayambo, is Madame Hayambo in the room at the moment? Is Madame Hayambo in the room? Yes, and Madame Ampolo in the room? Very well. By a show of hands, ladies and gentlemen, who is not awake at the moment? By a show of hands, who is not awake at the moment? Let's please give ourselves a big round of applause.
Okay, that's fine. Good afternoon, everybody. Just so that everything is in check, I think there was just a slight mix-up. My name is Adering Sola Fajuriton. Short form is Dering. I'm with the African Export-Import Bank, and my colleague Esther will take the panel session. So that's where the mix-up has come. So good afternoon to you once again. I hope my session will not bore you, but I'm here today to just talk through general financial structures in the oil and gas sector. I hope I get this right. Oops. Okay. This is interesting. Okay, there we go. So I know we do have a varied audience, but please indulge me. I just want to talk us through the oil and gas sector, as in the subsectors within, just briefly. And to the best of my understanding and from the way my organization sees things, the oil and gas sector can basically be apportioned into three. We have the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream, and the components are presented. I'm sure you can see that. Because we have a very limited time, I will not talk in detail, but I hope as I do talk about the various structures, we will get an understanding of how organizations like us and other financial institutions are able to provide requisite financing for each of the subsectors. So what do we consider traditional financing in the upstream sector? The upstream sector is typically where we are looking at exploration and appraisal, and generally we consider it as anything before first oil is hit. And so we do have conventional ways in which financing can be streamed into that sector. When I say financing, it could be both debt and equity, and a mixture of any other thing that comes in. So the conventional structures typically include equity, development finance, and development finance is normally tailored towards very single assets and fields of single assets. Then we have the reserve-based lending, which more or less looks at a portfolio of assets. We have instruments maybe through the capital markets, so we can have people raising funds from corporate bonds and the lots. And then we also have corporate finance, which can be more short-term and be used for acquisition, working capital, and a whole range of other things. Sorry, I'm a bit short, so I don't know, maybe I can. move this so I can see, yes. Now, organizations like myself, beyond financing, we also have other ways of intervening in the upstream sector. And so we typically have project preparatory funds, which we normally use to take concepts to bankable stages. So we are able to provide both technical support and funding to take an idea or at least when the appraisals are being done and we know that they need to do the preliminary works and studies, we're able to provide funding that can make some of those early development and some of those early documents bankable. So institutions like ourselves typically want to intervene and provide that level of support. We are also able to provide advisory services, which can be tailored towards raising both debt and equity. And then we can also look at various things that are beyond the upstream direct financing, but related to other counterparties that benefit from the sector. And a few of that is listed here, where we are able to provide financing to related service companies for extraction of chemicals and renting of or leasing of heavy equipment and the lots. Okay. So in terms of the midstream and the downstream, I've actually put them together because the interventions and the financing approach, they are basically the same, but they do have a general characteristic similar to the upstream, where in terms of financing, it can be quite huge. And so there's always a huge CapEx requirement. So on the back of that, they typically require long-term financing, which we also consider capital market instruments for in some instances. We look at it as you can raise debt and equity to support that, and then you can also channel those funds into very specific things. Now, the reason why I want to dwell on some of the specifics for the midstream and the downstream is because a lot of the conversation that has taken place today has spoken about how the oil and gas is a value, it's an opener to other sectors. And so people are able to get the benefits because we have an in-streaming of liquidity into the oil and gas sector. And so it's very important for you to understand that while we are looking at an oil and gas conference here and how we can get the benefit of it, there are also directly and indirectly related services that the country can benefit from. And one of that is infrastructure, the provision of infrastructure. To me, infrastructure basically means that as long as we have a very viable oil and gas sector, we are going to need processing infrastructure. We are going to need storage infrastructure. We are going to need evacuation infrastructure. Pipelines are part of that. We are going to need transportation infrastructure. We've had a number of conversations here today about road infrastructure, about rail infrastructure, about seaports and terminals and the lot. Very, very fundamental when you have a viable oil and gas sector, because it is an opener into developing some of these other infrastructural needs. We'll also see the need for processing plants, and normally people are able to provide financing to support such. So you would have refineries coming up, petrochemicals coming up, and natural gas plants also coming up. All of these are relatively long-term financing, but then we do have interventions that can also look at short-term financing. And some of them can be in terms of equipment financing and also financing specific assets such as FPSOs and FSOs. Sorry, if I use acronyms that you're not familiar with, just let me know. Floating production storage and offshore vessels, and floating storage and offshore vessels are what I mean by FPSOs and FSOs. Okay, now. So I will be talking about my institution and what we do, but just before I get into that, I just wanted to emphasize that generally across the value chain of the oil and gas sector, because of the nature of the terms and the nature and the tenor of the funding that is typically required, we always see that banks come together to come and lend financing and to be able to at least support the industry. So I've said yes, that banks may be able to come in and help in the equity raise. Banks may be able to come in and provide advisory services. But when we typically have debt financing, because of the huge CapEx costs involved, you typically would see international banks coming in with commercial banks. You would also see in a lot of instances, export credit agencies also coming to lend some level of support in that regard. More commonly, we are beginning to see an interest on the continent in Islamic banks coming in and pension funds also coming in to fund some of these long-term requirements for oil and gas sector. And then of course, TFIs are like ourselves or multilaterals like ourselves also coming in either collaboratively or bilaterally coming in to support the players in this market to be able to provide funding. So what is the opportunity for Africa? I know I have a limited time, so please allow me just speak briefly to this. I think the opportunity here for Africa, and when I talk about Africa, I'm talking about all the counterparties that are related and relevant to financing or providing some level of support or the other to the oil and gas sector. I think the opportunity that lies here for us is that we've always typically depended on foreign support. And when I say foreign support, I'm talking about foreign capital, technology, the expertise to be able to explore our natural resources, to be able to monetize them, to be able to operate them. So what is the opportunity here for Africa? The reality on ground in the more mature markets is that, and the IOCs are exiting. But the good news for Namibia is that with new discoveries like this, we are beginning to see a crowding in of some of these IOCs coming in. So the beauty of this is that while they're exiting in more mature assets or more mature landscapes, there's room for the African enterprises and the African willing collaborators to step in and fill the gap that they're leaving behind. And that is what I mean by the opportunity that exists for us. And institutions like Afro-Exim is what I'm going to be talking about next. Our full name is the African Export-Import Bank, and we are tagged Afro-Exim Bank. We were created in 1993 under the auspices of the African Development Bank. We were created as a response to the global debt crisis. That is how we were defined in that time. As I go on in my presentation, I'll talk about some of the things that we are doing in recent times. So we are no longer necessarily a reactive bank, but we are now more proactive. And then when the panel session also comes up, my colleague will speak to some of the things we do, some of our interventions in a bit more detail. So Afro-Exim Bank, that is who we are and what we are known as. What is our purpose? We were created to bridge the financing gap and to be able to diversify African trade. Our key role is to promote trade between African countries and Africa and the rest of the world. Our reality is this: Africa rarely trades to the quantum that they do with other parties outside of Africa. And we feel that naturally and traditionally, that was how things used to be. Before the borders were put, before we were all decimated and considered as countries, we used to do a lot of trade amongst ourselves. But now it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just an opportunity that we just have to seize. There is room and opportunity for Africa to trade more amongst itself. And that's one of the reasons why we were created. We want to bring nuance and substance to that. We want to create enablement. We want to let people know that there's room for Africa to trade with itself. Within regions and outside of regions, there's actually room for trade. Thank you. Now, it will be good for me to just speak briefly about what our legal status is. We have an establishment agreement that is signed by our member countries. And what that does is it accords us a multilateral status. So while, yes, we are a developmental financial institution, by virtue of the fact that we have 52 African member banks being the ones that are shareholders, and Namibia is one, we are termed a multilateral financial institution. We have a charter that is annexed to our agreements, and it defines our operations, and we are registered under the United Nations Article 102 and also accredited as an African Union institution. As I had said before, we do have 52 member countries. Namibia is one of them, and all of these member countries are shareholders, and they are invested in the bank's equity in the 4 different classes that we have. If you want to know a bit more about that, please feel free to resort to any of our social media handles or our website, and you can see a bit more detail, but I'll just move into the substance of the day. Our head office is located in Cairo, Egypt. So I am from Cairo, Egypt, but we have rep offices all across the continent. We have 5 rep offices. My colleague Esther is the country manager for Southern Africa. We have that office in Harare, Zimbabwe. We also have an office in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. We have an office in Abuja, Nigeria. We have an office in Kampala, Uganda, and we have an office in Yaoundé in Cameroon. Our credit rating is on the screen. You can see how we are faring. And then we do have a series of interventions beyond financing that we are able to provide, some of which include the fact that we're a very robust bank, and we have a number of subsidiaries, like I said, that are trying to address some of the gaps that exist on the continent. So while we promote intra-African trade, we are also very industrialization and export development focused. We also have SME incubation schemes. We have platforms where people can come and trade and exchange information, compliance, lots, and payment platforms. We have a whole suite of information that I will share some with you, and my colleague will also speak to some in the latter session. Okay, so the Afro-Exim Bank mandate is a differentiated mandate that gives us a developmental focus. And the aim is that we are supposed to return profits to our shareholders. So I said we were created in response to the global crisis. And it was because there was a shrinkage in trade finance liquidity on the continent when all the majors left, when all the major financial institutions exited. And so that was why we were established. We were established exactly 30 years ago. So the charter that has been signed by all our shareholders regulates the governance of the bank. And then we are now at the cornerstone of promoting intra-African trade and value-added exports. We do not want our member countries to just monetize their resources by removing it from the ground and just selling. We want there to be value addition. So we want our member countries to also get a lot of the value that exists when our raw commodities are taken out to other parts of the world. We believe that these resources are ours to use. We can monetize them in a way that can add value to the general economic and social welfare of the citizens of our member countries. Okay, I'll be quick. So speaking about that, I just wanted to quickly talk about the areas in which we can collaborate. As an institution, yes, we are able to do fossil fuels because we know that Africa has a lot of natural resources. We do hydro and a lot. So one of the things we do is we provide credits to institutions and our member countries and all the things that have to serve within the value chain there. We do provide risk-bearing instruments, which can be guarantees. So that's indirect financing. We provide advisory services. Just speaking quickly to how we provide our credits, we have 3 platforms. We basically provide credits through guarantees. We provide financing through guarantees, through trade finance, through corporate finance, through projects and export development. Our projects and export development function is very robust. Like I said, we do power, conventional and renewable. So yes, we will do hydro, we'll do everything that has to do with power or the energy sector. We do fossil fuels like oil and gas. We are very active there. Yes, we do it in a sustainable manner because we know that, yes, we need to, first of all, secure the continent, make sure that we are all able to have the basics that we need to be able to grow our industries to that point where Africa can become a powerhouse also. We have manufacturing in the large and light sector. And so on the back of the light manufacturing, we have industrial parks and the lot. So some of these things that I'm speaking to right now just show you that, yes, Namibia has new discoveries in terms of oil and gas assets. We can play a part there. There will be increased production because the withdrawal of liquidity in the more mature markets actually did shrink some of those markets. But with the new discoveries, we're expecting that there will be an increase in the uptick in production for Namibia. We will play a part there. In terms of refining capacity, there was discussion in the House today about the refining capacity, and maybe Namibia does not need to play a role. I actually think that Namibia should position itself. You are 2.5 million people, I do agree. You are not too far from Angola, and there's refining requirements across the entire region. Namibia, take your place. You can be a logistics hub. You can also be a refining hub for the region. Some of the other things we also do, and you had spoken to that, is logistic hubs. Yes, we do. We have an active desk that looks after industrial parks and the lot. So our light manufacturing concerns can help you in terms of logistic hubs and the lot. We do manufacturing. In fact, we are moving into vaccine manufacturing. And I don't know if people are aware that we were part of the vaccine fund, the intervention that took place during the COVID era. We started a scheme in collaboration with our member countries, and we were able to purchase Johnson & Johnson vaccines onto the continent to address the COVID-19 situation. But beyond that now, we want Africa to start producing its own vaccines, so we are no longer at the mercy of anybody outside of the continent. There's something I must say before you take over from me. One of the things I've said before is that we are currently made up of 52 African member countries. But on the back of our interventions and all the things that we've been able to do, which are beyond conventional financing, we've actually extended our membership to the Caribbean committees. So my colleague may speak to that in a few, but right now, Afreximbank has signed on the Caribbean committees from countries that are outside of Africa, but are joined to us because they were Africans that were probably taken into diaspora and established there. So right now we have extended our membership to Caribbean committees because we do have to make a difference to Africans wherever they are around the world. Our product offerings are this. We provide trade finance, which can be via letters of credit and the lot, and notes purchasing, discounting, and the lot. We provide future flow financing and receivables discounting. We provide asset-based financing and project financing. So we do airports, we do seaports, we do infrastructure, rail, the lots. Call the major rail projects that have gone on in Africa today. We've been part of that. We do fossil fuels, we do renewable. So we do everything that has to help us take Africa forward. We provide trade enabling infrastructure, and we do not shy away from the environmental concerns there. We know that there's a need for us to be sustainable. We do that in a responsible way. We do have a climate finance function and a desk, but the point I'm making is that we need to get Africa to a place where we are able to become industrialized, where we are able to move our resources to export markets and get the full benefits of it. We do that. We also do that in collaboration with our project preparatory and advisory teams, where we are able to provide technical advice and very early funding to be able to make bankability, or we can also help you raise money in the capital and in the equity, debt and equity from the capital markets. Yes, my time is up and our footprint is presented there. So this is our footprint. Today, we actually hold about $4 billion, US dollars, please, in oil and gas assets. We are very active, I say. I emphasize our activity levels and our interventions. We are proud to be associated with Namibia. We are saying, Namibia, the gateway is open to you. We've heard about financing. If you guys don't know who Afrexim Bank is, today is the day to know us. As long as you have transactions that we can work with you on, as long as you're ready to work with us on, we are your partner of choice to finance. And by the way, we do not crowd out the commercial banks. We work in collaboration with them. So while we are represented in the 52 member countries, we work with all commercial banks that are willing to work with us. We do not compete, we collaborate. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Our contact details are there. Feel free to see us after. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I've been allotted exactly 15 minutes and will try and finish in that time slot to avoid the program director sweeping me off the stage. So today I'm going to be sharing my thoughts on financing local content value chains. I've put together some thoughts on the topics, no graphs, no numbers, just ideas. Let me see if I can work the tech. Okay, so I think why local content, that has been covered thoroughly over the last day and a half, so I won't talk to that in detail. But what I will say is that local content has become more relevant in terms of what has been going on in the evolution of an organization. Organizations 40 years ago started with profit maximization as the goal, and then moved on to incorporated corporate social initiatives in the communities they operate, which matured into ESG discussions, which are now at the point of focusing mainly on sustainability and creating shared value and prosperity for all. And with that impetus, a lot of organizations are using this as a platform for their social license to operate in the communities they are in. And to borrow a Native American proverb that best explains this move to sustainability as a core objective of most organizations, they say we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children, making sustainability a core goal for both public sector and private sector and organizations. So local content is a great tool for us to achieve macro and socioeconomic sustainable objectives. It allows for better economic diversification, making us more well-positioned to absorb economic shocks. And we have seen a few of those in the last 20 years, 2008, and most recently the COVID pandemic. And it can also be used to a tool that can be used to democratize wealth creation through stock exchange listings that allows the average Joe to be able to create wealth through buying shares directly or through institutional investment vehicles such as pension funds and unit trusts, etc. Lastly, local content presents an opportunity for Namibia to prepare itself for the future of trade in abstract goods and services in the weightless economy that is becoming bigger and bigger and is now growing to a point where in the next 30 years, the trade of goods and services and these abstract products will be greater than the trade of physical products. What local content is not is a tool for regulatory capture or a tool to have command and control over private sector. Having said that, I do not purport to be an oil and gas expert, but as I know it, you've got the four main activities in the oil and gas industry, from exploration all the way through to refining. And there's core specialized oil and gas skills and directly linked specialist services across management, core and unskilled, that are used directly in the sector. But when we talk about financing value chains, we look at the sectors adjacent, either horizontally or vertically to the oil and gas sector. And I've listed there a few, from infrastructure, transport and logistics, manufacturing, education, ICT, financial services, hospitality, et cetera, It's not exhaustive list, but I think you get the idea. So how does Namibia avoid the dreaded Dutch disease? Through financing local content value chains. At present, this is our current production of goods and services for country. With the increase of demand that the newly burgeoning oil and gas industry creates, you find that production increases over time, but at the same capacity. And because of that increased production at same capacity, you find that we compete on price and prices start to go up, and eventually existing users of those adjacent sectors, products and services are crowded out, leading into a Dutch disease environment where everyone is supplying only the oil and gas industry. So the solution really is around moving on to a new trajectory, a new S-curve in producing products and services. Not only increasing production, but also increasing our capacity to produce goods and services, putting the country on an entirely new growth curve. So what would have to be true for this to happen? We would need clearly defined aspirations and capabilities. So that understanding in terms of what capacity will be utilized by the oil and gas industry will need to be understood across various stakeholders. And in understanding those requirements, we would need to understand what the current capacity is in country and begin quantifying those gaps to build for the future. With the specialist skills, having in the phased-in approach that's been talked about, with key timelines and milestones for the phasing in of each of those local content requirements, with a big focus on skill creation and talent identification, not only job creation. Having the balance between the two to make sure that the skills mismatch is addressed just in time and not too far in advance or not too far behind. Otherwise, the mismatch can have unintended consequences. From a financing perspective, it does require that there's increased risk appetite for the sector adjacencies where we have existing exposure, to enable those sectors to be able to grow, to service both their current industry clients as well as the burgeoning oil and gas industry. Ultimately, funding these sectors in addition to oil and gas, not in lieu of, and to hoping then that as we build, they will come. What is key is that we deliver this timelessly, because if not done timelessly, then eventually we will get to that point where production and consumption starts to fall off because we've only increased production and not the capacity to produce. So the focus is being on build to build capacity in products and services in the sector adjacencies, to migrate whatever excess capacity is created to the oil and gas industry, and then to consume as a collective in a bigger output economy, with clear direct and indirect objectives across the value chains. But effectively, the work that needs to be done is too much for one single actor, and there's no superheroes in this game. It will require transparency and integrated planning from different stakeholders, each playing their part in various ways. The stakeholders that I've got up on there on the slide are it's not an exhaustive list. It's rather an indication of my limited PowerPoint skills that I didn't add more stakeholders. But there you'll see that through working together, there's various opportunities to collaborate between different stakeholders to achieve the objective of financing local content across value chains. And that is my presentation. How have I done for time? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Helen Ampolo. I represent the Development Bank of Namibia. I'll try and do my very best to possibly buy time. I am from the bank, so I'd like to believe my pockets are deep enough. And Seppo, thank you very much for the additional time that you've given me. So the approach that I'd like to take is to just give you a view of what role would a development bank, a DFI, such as DBN, play in financing oil and gas. And I'll also give you an appreciation of who we are, brief synopsis of what we've done, and basically share a typical project finance structure. So I'm just trying to see. Okay. So just a bit about DBN. We were established by an act of parliament in 2002. We gave out our first loan 2004, so that makes us about 19 years old, so we're still growing. Government is a sole shareholder, so we are an extension of government. And like many other DFIs, we're established to finance large infrastructure projects. So if you go around the world, you'll notice that development banks normally have sector mandates, specific mandates. They focus on a specific area of the economy. And that is basically what we do. We finance across all the sectors except agribusiness, purely because we've got the Agri Bank, which is a sister DFI, and we don't want to encroach on territories. And we see ourselves as catalysts for economic growth. We pioneer new forms of lending, whether it's products or sectors. And we have an in-country mandate. So what that means is that we only finance within the jurisdiction of Namibia. So the mandate that defines our business is we were established to contribute to the economic development of Namibia for the sustainable promotion of the welfare of the Namibian people. So the strategic objectives that rest with us and that will continue is that whatever we finance has to have development impact and financial sustainability. So the two go hand in hand. Not only one can exist, they need to coexist. So development impact for us is very key. So what do we mean when we say development impact? And as I mentioned these points, think about the oil and gas industry and have we started a conversation around it? Certainly we have. We've spoken about infrastructure development, the support sectors around it. Import substitution, yes, oil and gas industry does take that. We will export. We've spoken about job creation, definitely, that's impact. We've spoken about skills share and transfer, that is development impact. We've spoken about economic diversification, the very fact that we're talking about oil and gas, that is diversification. We've spoken about decentralization. Have we spoken about transformation? To what extent are we going to be inclusive in terms of bringing youth on board? We need to be very intentional. In terms of bringing women on board, we need to be very intentional. And to what extent are we going to bring previously disadvantaged individuals within this mainstream sector? So the lending focus of the bank, as I've said, we provide large infrastructure finance. So typically, if you go around the world, development banks normally do not provide SME finance. And I know a lot of you may feel that it's controversial. You've got specific agencies that do that, but because of who we are and our market failures, we do have a window for SME finance. But in terms of sector focus, we focus on priority sectors, and these are aligned to government priorities. And we have said that if we are to grow Namibia, we need to invest in manufacturing, transport and logistics, tourism and hospitality, and infrastructure. And statistically, this is also one or a couple of the biggest, largest contributors to our GDP. We've got mining and fishing as well. We also provide funding to social sectors, that's health, education, business services, and the likes. So we provide funding to address development needs. Transformative lending to assist persistent economic issues. So to date, ladies and gentlemen, the bank has invested 19.4 billion in our economy since 2004. So if you do the math, on average, that's about $1 billion every year. For an economy such as Namibia, I think that's quite sizable. Our regional footprint is, as indicated, there is no region that the bank has neglected. We have quite a good regional spread. Sectoral spread, we've covered a number of sectors, of which transport and logistics to date has taken the largest share, followed by manufacturing and electricity. And these are the sectors that will move the country forward. We learned about coexistence of green energy and oil and gas. So we do play our part in this space as well. So to date, we've committed capital of just north of 800 million in the sector, renewable energy, where we've got 63.1 megawatts in terms of generation capacity. Let me get into the business of the day. So in terms of financing oil and gas, who's eligible? So as an extension of government, we provide funding to public sector, private sector, as well as to the PPP sector. So in terms of public sector, we do know that in oil and gas, typically your lifetime could be as long as 50 years. So that mirrors very well with our offering. We can go up to 20 years or longer. So that's the beauty of having a development finance institution in a project finance structure for oil and gas. We provide longer tenors. Private sector, we also provide longer tenors if you compare us to your normal conventional financial institutions. So 12 to 15 years is also quite sizable in terms of exposure. And for PPPs, we also provide longer tenors because typically these projects are undertaken on a project finance basis. So the role of a DFI is we see ourselves as a complementing agent. We're not a competitor. We have that niche gap between government and private sector. We normally have a higher risk appetite. So what does that mean? That means we go longer. That means we provide significant capital outlays. That means we can come in a bit earlier in projects. My colleague from Afrexim Bank mentioned that they have a project preparation role. We also do that. So we're able to have a conversation pre-production so that we are able to be part of the journey. So that's the value of having a development bank or a DFI in a finance structure for oil and gas. So this is a simple illustration of the value chain, really condensed in 3 stages. And it's just to show you that we are able to play in all of these 3 stages. When we talk of project finance, this is what we talk of. So it's a complex structure that involves a number of parties. And as you see there, there's a lot of parties, and all these parties are carrying risk. They have interests to serve, and complex legal contractual arrangements that bind these relationships. Lawyers, hours on end, drafting contracts to ensure that the party that is best able to handle the risk gets that risk allocated. So typically a development bank would be a lender in a structure such as this. And that lender could comprise of a consortium of other lenders. So the beauty of a development bank is we can blend financing with commercial banks, private sector, private equity firms, DFIs, you name it. And we can provide debt. That's generally our business, but we can also provide equity. As an extension of government, government can intentionally provide equity to a project so that development bank can be its representative. The beauty of having a local financier is that you are allowed leverage. You can't talk of local participation if you haven't financed. You are allowed leverage. There's a level of transparency because you're part of the consortium, you're able to see the numbers. And at least it affords you an opportunity to make sure that the objectives, financial, economic, social, are actually met because you're part of the boardroom. And that's the beauty of having a local DFI part of the structure. So you'll see that there's a lot of parties there, investors, there's lenders, there's operators, there's contractors, your EPCs, your O&Ms, there's off-takers. So you need to decide which role are you going to play? Are you ready for that role? And all the parties here are carrying risk. So construction risk will be carried by your EPC. Your O&M would carry the operations risk. The lenders will carry the finance risk. Government will carry sovereign risk, and so it goes. So debt, equity, or other lending facilities come in different forms, and these forms are provided linked to a risk appetite and profile of the transaction. So you find that to the extent possible, they carry different characteristics. And you'd normally find a blend of the facilities mentioned here within a project finance structure. So you'd find that there'd be debt provided, there'd be equity, there'd be mezzanine finance, there'd be preference shares and guarantees, and so it goes. And the use of funds, what we've heard is infrastructure, that's very important. So there's property development that also would need to be developed, access roads, etc. The list is not exhausted. Specialized equipment, working capital, inventory. So that's basically what facilities are available, what's your typical use of funds. I've touched on project finance. So project finance, not to educate, but really what that means is these significant projects normally are taken on a project finance structure. What does that mean? That means the repayment of debt or equity is solely based on the discounted cash flows of the project. What does that mean? That basically means that it's non-recourse lending. If the project fails, you can't, it's limited surety. There's no one to blame. The project has failed. You recover what's contained within the SPV structure. You lend based on the proceeds of the project. Hence why it's very important to ensure viability and bankability of the project. So I won't go through the list there. I've mentioned that usually these projects require extensive capital. They are of longer tenure based, and that is what a DFI can bring in terms of value proposition. We can provide grace periods of up to 4 years, so that gives enough time for any pre-development work that needs to be done. Although our balance sheet international context is relatively limited, where our single exposure limit or single obligor party limit is 350 million, that's around 19 USD million. We're able to leverage on partnerships in terms of balance sheets that we can access to. We've got regional DFIs, international DFIs that we've partnered with. If I can single out one, DBSA, for instance, their balance sheet is our balance sheet. So we are able to crowd in more funding than what we are able to do. Usually DFIs gear themselves up to 70%. So what that means is that we're comfortable to lend up to 70%. However, if the cash flows allow, we can go up to 100%, but usually you have a 70-30 debt equity ratio. We've spoken about the industry value sectors. So we do appreciate that oil and gas industry can give birth to other support sectors. We've spoken about manufacturing, business services, mining, tourism, and housing. So that's also not exhausted. And the beauty of a DFI is project preparation. So what basically project preparation means is that we're able to pre-finance development work or feasibility studies that need to be done to confirm viability so that we're part of the conversation early enough. So we've got a fund that we started in 2014. It's relatively young. However, it has created the impact that we wanted to see. We've unlocked projects within the manufacturing sector, as well as in the infrastructure sector, specifically housing and land delivery. And the beauty about this fund is that it's non-recourse. And what that means is if the project fails, we're not going to recover it. It's risk capital that we've put out. And if the project does proceed, we're able to recover the funding through the project normal cash flow streams. So I'll end my presentation with this value proposition to say that there is no local content if there's no local financing. The proposition from the development bank side is that we can provide supporting finance for direct infrastructure to enable infrastructure. We are a trusted financier. We provide patient capital. We do have the lending capacity in terms of resources and capital. Very important, we make local decisions. We're able to leverage on partnerships. We see ourselves as competitive. And we do have a project preparation fund that can be used to unlock value. We are in the process of developing a mining database. This is really DBN's attempt to develop a database that will house mining data. The objective really is to record all physical mining inputs and services to provide information to the sector. And this will be launched at the end of this month at the Mining Expo conference that is due. So these are some of the partners that we've sat around the table with, that we've done business with, that we've dialogued with. We have also spoken to Afrexim Bank quite a number of times, so their logo should also be there. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, and I want to leave you with this, that the Development Bank of Namibia is ready. We're following the sector very closely. We're monitoring the trends and developments, and when the time is right, we are ready. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's please give those three ladies another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost there. Without any further ado, let's please put our hands together for the head of mining rehabilitation guarantees at the Guard Risk Republic of South Africa, Mr. Brian Betten. I understand the white rectangular device has not surfaced. Please ensure that you do not have a device that doesn't belong to you. It's white rectangular, MTC branded. It's a mobile Wi-Fi. Thank you.
Thank you, Denver. I should probably say good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Brian Betten, and I'm from Guard Risk Insurance in South Africa, and I'm representing Momentum Insure here in Namibia, one of our group companies. I'm sure everyone's pretty exhausted after the last 2 days of discussions and interactions. Truly has been an insightful and informative conference. Coming from South Africa, I arrived here on Tuesday not knowing much about the ongoing oil and gas projects here in Namibia. However, I do now feel much more enlightened, informed, and excited about the future prospects of the industry and the country of Namibia. I'll probably be able to keep you busy for a while. However, considering the amount of time we have and the energy levels in the room, I'm going to briefly touch on a concept that is often left until last, but is crucial to the success of projects in the affected industries: the concept of insurance and risk management. Insurance is a very common topic. However, specialized insurance and structured solutions often isn't. Considering the size of the planned projects, I believe it is prudent for the entities that are planning to venture into the oil and gas industry to consider specialized solutions for their risk and insurance needs. There are fortunately specialized insurers and specialist expertise available to assist corporates with their structuring needs. The first topic that comes to mind when considering structured insurance solutions is the concept of alternative risk transfer. Loosely defined, alternative risk transfer, or ART, is where a corporate is able to get coverage for their risks outside of the traditional commercial insurance route. And by using risk financing vehicles, corporates are able to blend traditional insurance and reinsurance with a form of self-insurance, thus creating efficiencies in a risk management program and in a cost-efficient manner. In the context of the oil and gas industry in Namibia, these types of programs will be ideal to consider risks like future potential negative environmental rehabilitation risks that need to be provided for, as well as conventional coverage like the deductibles for their asset programs. Similarly, in the South African context, these types of programs are successfully used as a risk mitigation and management tool in the mining industry, where mine owners are able to fund their future liability for their environmental rehabilitation obligation to the Department of Mineral Resources over the life of mine, thus ensuring sufficient funds in the event of premature closure and for final closure. The tools that are used to facilitate an ART structure, specifically in a Namibian context, are the likes of a first-party self-captive or a contingency policy. I'm not going to go into the technicalities of a self-captive or contingency policy, but these tools give the benefit, or give the corporate the benefit of a number of items. These benefits are an off-balance sheet risk financing vehicle, a formal risk management and risk mitigation program, a structure which is proven to be financially sound in terms of accounting, tax, and the regulatory requirements. And also very important, access to foreign reinsurance markets where in-country capacity is limited or expensive. Capacity constraints is very common in the context of Southern African countries, considering the size of the capacity that will be required in light of the upstream, midstream, and downstream requirements in the market. Capacity constraints and the cost thereof will be an issue. Entities will need to consider access to international reinsurance markets for capacity to be able to cover the risks associated with the oil and gas projects. By using a suitable tool, access can be gained to the appropriate foreign markets to get the necessary cover for the large limits which will be associated with these projects. Namibia Re, the local reinsurer, as per local Namibian regulations, will have to be a part of the process of seeking international capacity, as they have first right of refusal to the class of risks before going to the foreign market. It truly is an inclusive process. Ladies and gentlemen, going forward, I leave you with a few items that need to be considered. The oil and gas companies will need to consider making suitable financial provisions for any environmental rehabilitation risks that may occur during the lifetime of the project. The focus on local content will allow entities to partner and collaborate with local intermediaries, local insurers, and local reinsurers. By using the local content and the large amount of growth predicted in a number of different sectors, local entities will have to focus on relevant and sound risk management practices and consider the various risk mitigation tools available to them in the market. Due to the highly specialized nature of the oil and gas projects, entities will have to seek guidance and advice from competent and specialized intermediaries and insurers to advise on specialized, structured, and bespoke insurance programs. It truly is an exciting time ahead. Thank you for the opportunity to engage with you today, and I wish you all the best on this journey. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your integrity. The white rectangular box branded MTC, that's a mobile Wi-Fi router, has made its way back into the hands of the lawful owners. Thank you very much for it. Our last panel discussion of the day is here. One of the finest lasses in the land, both in terms of intellect and the manner in which she carries herself. I'm referring to the moderator of this final panel discussion of the day. We have heard various perspectives on how we will finance these ideals, these dreams, these ambitions to tie down in a panel discussion. Let's please put all the power that's left in our hands together for the group economist, First Rand Namibia, Madame Rusa Nandaho. Is that all the power that's left? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denver, for the introduction. I must say I admire how much energy you still have left after 2 days of directing a very packed program. Good evening, not good afternoon anymore. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will be your moderator for today's last panel discussion, and I'll not waste any more time. I'll call upon my panel members all at once. And in no particular order, I'll start with Ms. Kaunan Dilula, Executive Director, Business Financial Solutions. Ms. Esther Makamure, Manager, Client Relations at the African Export-Import Bank. Mr. Paul Edley Taylor, Head Oil and Gas, Standard Bank, South Africa. And lastly, Mr. Fabian Shanika, Sector Lead, Mining and Natural Resources at Rand Merchant Bank, RMB, Namibia. Okay, I'm going to get right into the questions, and I'll start with Paul. I hope you're ready. So over the past few decades, we've seen quite an evolution in the financing of oil and gas. Prior to the 1970s, most oil and gas projects were financed by international companies through internal cash generation. Going into the 1970s, we saw a split between fiscal funding and internal cash generation. And we then saw almost a reversion back to your private funding in the 90s. So can you please provide us with a broad overview of the evolution of financing in oil and gas since then?
Is the volume okay? Yeah, that's great. It's fantastic to see how many people in the room, actually, at 6:30 in the afternoon. It's really great. I'm going to semi-ignore the question, but deliberately for a good reason, and I'll try and focus on how we see the Namibian possibility at the moment. So if you look at somewhere like Mozambique, Mozambique went straight to project finance, which was covered in an earlier presentation. So when they developed their resources, it was straight to project financing of a floating LNG plant, and then straight to project financing of an onshore LNG plant. Namibia is a bit different because it's deep water oil exploration and production. And this is something that's been a core business for the IOCs for a long, long period of time. So what we're expecting Namibia to look like is a little bit different, where there will be an element of some project financing, and that is most likely to be for the national oil company NAMCOR, but also to the extent that existing Namibian shareholders, and in some of the blocks they have a percentage, they stay in the deal. They may well need to be project financing there, which is going to be done in much the same way as the lady from DBN mentioned earlier. But I think where we would say a lot of intellectual capital needs to be applied for the financing of Namibian oil and gas is really in 2 or 3 areas. The first one is local content, which has been covered exhaustively, so I won't mention that one. The second one is the follow-on projects that we think will occur. We're getting at this stage, the numbers and the oil to gas ratios need to be announced in due time, but we do see the possibility of from our side at least, of LNG at Elizabeth Bay. And that will take the country in a certain direction. And then the last one, which hasn't been touched on at all at this conference, pretty much, is what the country does next in terms of its own infrastructure. For example, do you have LNG imports at Walvis Bay? Do you connect Namibia to Central Southern Africa, Zambia, DRC, and so on? This is especially important if one is to unlock critical minerals in the energy transition. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Paul, and thanks for touching on the Namibia specifics. My next question is to Esther. We've heard a number of times over the past few days about the importance of regional and specifically Pan-African collaboration. And my question to you is, what role will other banks on the continent play in the offshore oil and gas developments in Namibia?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. Thank you very much. There is a lot of opportunity for banks and DFIs to play in terms of the development of the Namibian oil and gas sector, specifically in the provision of equity for the sector. We're looking at this. Most of the exploratory work will need equity financing. So there is a role for DFIs such as AFC that provide equity to play. We also have a fund for export development that also provides equity. So this is one of the roles that banks can play. We also look at the project financing required, that is for the rigs, for some of the equipment that will be required for the oil offshore. So this is also an area where banks can play very much. We are also looking at issues like bond issuance to raise the amount of capital required for such projects, given that when you look at projects of this nature, they require huge capital outlay. So bond issuance through advisory services as well, we are also required for such projects. We also look at reserve bank lending and asset bank lending, which really is linked to the reserves. It will also be required as part of the interventions that financial institutions can offer, including project preparation. I know my former colleague spoke a lot about project preparation, but there are some projects which are still concept stage or which still require a bit of more work in terms of getting them to feasibility stage. So they will also require project preparation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther. Fabian, in the context of what Esther has mentioned, we have also heard in previous sessions that it is difficult to raise capital for oil and gas on the continent for various reasons. And so when we think about an enabling environment, whether we're talking about the social environment, political, regulatory, etc., what are the keys to attracting capital to develop Namibia's vast energy resources? What do we need to get right?
Yeah, thank you, Rosa. I think I'm going to sort of reply to you in the following manner. I think starting point is actually what we need to remember is that we're not just competing for capital today. We should have a longer time horizon. So it's not just about today, it's the next 10, 15 years. That's what we're talking about. So given that context, I think the very, very first thing that we need to do is we need to have a longer term outlook. And once you're taking a longer term outlook, you do need some fiscal stability in terms of policy and so forth. And when I mean fiscal stability, I by no means, I know there'll be one or two people who might raise their eyebrows, by no means referring to stabilization clauses or anything like that. It's just we need to be very, very certain on our positions. I think investors are very, very wary when it's not certain. I think the third point around that is and it's actually it's almost a irony that I have to bring this up. It's about velocity. I mean, I kind of can't help to note we're probably about an hour and a half over our program, but it's important to have velocity. We need to execute swiftly. I don't think we've got all the time. And then the last point from my side, I think it's you know, we need to have a sort of systems approach to this. Somebody mentioned development of infrastructure. In this example, I think there's lots of synergies between oil and gas and green hydrogen. We should not lose part of that picture. If we combine, I think, all those factors together, we should be able to attract.
Ms. Kauna, a recurring theme from almost all the sessions we've had yesterday and today is around local content. I think it's been mentioned in every single session. And I think we can all agree by now that local content is a must and that funding for local content is key, not only to developing local content policy, but also giving effect to the policy. With that being said, my question is twofold. Firstly, what has been our experience in Namibia in terms of funding local content? And secondly, what should we be looking at as we craft this local content policy for the oil and gas sector? And what specific considerations should we speak to when we're thinking about financiers in the oil and gas industry or the value chain?
I think what's important to note is that as we craft this opportunity, a number of people have actually pointed out that Namibia has a unique positioning in the sense that we're not really at the same disadvantage that many African countries have been when they crafted in terms of our policy environment, in terms of our education, in skills in the particular sector, and also in terms of infrastructure. So we've got a small base to start from, but we've got a good base to start from. So as we craft this local content and identify the strategies that will make the right impact, what our objective should be in developing a sustainable pool of entrepreneurs that have long-term and longevity in how they run their businesses. So ours should not be a focus of short-term gain, but a focus of making sure that the entrepreneurs that get supported are sustainably taken through a value chain and an increase of business opportunity that really establish them long-term. And I would like to reference to some of the work we've done as BFS. In the mining sector, for example, and many actually sectors in the country, we've created over the past 14 years a business case for funding local content and creating entrepreneurs that are not just delivering finished goods and services, but actually creating value in production capacity and becoming sector champions in the specific sectors they make. And I believe we can do it also in the oil and gas industry. If you look at the mining sector in Namibia and you look at the educational base of the managers across the mining sector, you'll see a number of CEOs at mines, mining managers, finance, procurement, in all discipline to run a proper mine, actually fully drawn from Namibia. And I believe from the previous conversations that was also held, and we've heard from Ms. Moremi from the Petro Fund, that there's adequate capacity created over the past 20 years. And that's really the one thing I want to applaud the government, that we're able to consistently invest in education. If you look at the oil and gas industry and what we've invested over the past few years, we've been supporting engineers and relevant skills without having an oil and gas industry. And that creates a base for actually now building on an applied basis and basically taking those academic skills and say, how do we propel them and make sure that they actually become applied operators in the industry. But as was also mentioned, local content doesn't exist without financing. And I believe that it is important for public sector pioneered funding, for industry pioneered funding to get into the space of ensuring that we're actually creating the local content operators that are possible.
Thank you. Paul, I'll come back to you to talk about risks. It was alluded to in the previous presentation just before the panel discussion. We all know that financing oil and gas can be quite a high-risk activity. So what are some of the risks that financiers must consider? And more importantly, what are some of the ways they can mitigate these risks or minimize the exposure to these risks?
Yeah, sure. There's a time delay, isn't there? Yeah. Thanks very much. Yeah, so from a risk perspective, I'm going to take a slightly different approach and give you the single best precedent on planet Earth that we see as Standard Bank for developing Namibian oil and gas. And that's the case of Guyana. And for those of you who are not familiar with it. What has happened in Guyana, they found oil 2015, they've been producing since 2019. It's up to 600,000 barrels this year, it'll be 1.2 million by 2027. But there's 2 or 3 really interesting aspects to Guyana to reflect on in the Namibian case. The first one is that the development has been very, very fast track, almost world-class speed. And very significantly, it has carried the support of international NGOs and international organizations for the most part. So just to give you an example, just a few weeks ago, the European Commissioner Timmermans went to Guyana, as did Secretary of State Blinken. So they've very much signed off on the development of fast-track oil and gas in an energy transition environment. Talking of the transition, the Guyanese have had a partnership with Norway again, since 2009 on the rainforests, and 99% of Guyana's rainforests are still intact. And then the third piece that's come up more than once in this conference is the Dutch disease. Dutch disease is not yet present in Guyana. I emphasize not yet present because it's future conditional. But last year, the economy grew by 62%. You heard me correct. This year it's down for 35%. Next year it's down for 42%. And they are all IMF numbers. And what the Guyanese are doing, they've set up a sovereign wealth fund. It's very transparent. You can get the credit balance on the internet. But they're also starting to do significant infrastructure projects. There's a new bridge over the Corentine River, the Demerara River. There's a bridge over the Corentine to Suriname. There's a road connection to Brazil. And what they're also doing is they're investing in domestic infrastructure, gas to power for the first time. It's taking out HFO and diesel, and also looking to reduce the cost of cooking gas for Guyanese households. So just to finish it off, and I'll be totally transparent about this, Standard Bank Namibia and myself, Itembu, could you just put your hand up? Itembu, the team and myself, we went to the Guyana Energy Conference in February this year, and I would encourage a lot of the room to do so. Just to finish off the question though, basically, if you follow the global models at the moment, and Guyana is screaming code red as the model to follow, it's pretty much unlikely you'll go too far wrong. You have a precedent out there. Just to give you a silly example, the Guyanese are even looking to tender and build a refinery at the moment. So that's broadly speaking our message. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Esther, I want to build on the previous question I asked you around the role of African banks on the continent. And I'd like you to take us through the role of Afreximbank specifically in playing in the oil and gas industry. I think your colleague also alluded to you diving into those nitty-gritties that she didn't have time to go through. So this is your chance.
Thank you very much. In terms of the oil and gas sector, like my colleague alluded earlier, today our exposure to oil and gas as Afreximbank is $4 billion US, which is about 80 billion Namibian dollar equivalent. The book has grown. The bank sees opportunity in terms of financing to this sector. The products that we use in terms of financing to oil and gas sector is project finance, where we look at resource-based lending. We also look at how we can get yellow equipment to get the assets to start producing. The bank also works on its project preparation facility,
where we have some projects in early stage development, which we can then help to get to full production. The bank also extends lines of credit for working capital purposes. That is, once the project is there, sometimes there is need for working capital to get the asset to start producing. So we also offer corporate loans. Our single obligor limit, I must say, is $1 billion US, which is the equivalent of about 20 billion Namibian dollars to a single entity. And as a bank, one of our success stories is the Dangote refinery, which I'm sure you may be aware of in Nigeria, that the bank financed and which is now able to refine oil in Nigeria. In terms of also other interventions that the bank looks at, we don't only look at offshore developments, we look at how are we going to move this product. So we also look at development of seaports. We also look at development of storage facilities. We also look at how do we introduce local content. The bank actively offers SME lines to get local, to promote locals to participate. A lot was said today about getting the local people to participate. As Afrexim Bank, we are playing our role in that sector by also encouraging local SMEs to participate in oil and gas through the provision of SME lines of credit. We also offer forfeiting and factoring facilities to the contractors, because a lot of the developments around these projects also involve other contractors doing services, providing services, could be manpower, food, and different things towards the oil sector. So we then come in and we also finance those contractors to ensure that they are able to deliver to their contracts. The bank also offers trade finance lines to the bigger contractors who may not have enough capital in terms of supplying equipment to these projects. We also look at the logistics side, because it's not alone. We need road, we need rail. The bank also provides project finance funding towards the construction of roads, rail, movement of those goods, to ensure that we're not only producing, but we are also ensuring that once we produce, we are able to move the goods. The bank also, through its transit guarantee facility, is able to finance easy movement of goods between ports from country to country. For example, today it used to take 21 days to move goods between South Africa and DRC, but through our transit guarantee scheme, today we are able to move goods between South Africa to DRC within 5 days. So these are some of the initiatives that the bank is doing in terms of moving goods. We also look at twinning services. My colleague mentioned that we have opened a Barbados office. One of the things we are doing with Barbados is really to twin also with local African countries. So like Namibia, whatever you are good at, you produce your oil. If there is demand for oil and gas in Barbados, we will facilitate that trade. Those are some of the initiatives that the bank is doing in terms of the oil and gas sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther. Quite a mouthful. Ms. Kauna, let's stick to that tangent of SMEs that Ms. Esther alluded to. We know that SMEs are the backbone of any economy, very important contributors to job creation, economic development. And it is, of course, crucial that we ensure SME participation in the oil and gas industry. In fact, the SMEs were mentioned under the 3rd and 5th strategic objectives of the local content policy. But I want to get into specifics. What are some of the specifics we should be considering when it comes to SME financing or investment incentives in the context of oil and gas, especially bearing in mind that it's a highly specialized and highly capital intensive industry?
Thanks, Rosa. So I think what's important to mitigate is the ability of off-takers to provide contracts that make sense, that enables financing. One of the presenters spoke about the risk of awarding work to the lowest bidder. And other presenters spoke about the issue of unemployment. I think we've got a lot of youth unemployment, professionally trained people that don't have meaningful use of their qualification. And that obviously brings a level of desperation in the market. As opportunities open up, people will be forced to bid and to try and secure work. And if we are to develop this industry responsibly and ensure an inclusive development, we have to make sure that off-takers come to the table sensibly and provide the necessary opportunities to create sustainable businesses. I want to connect to what Esther said, and in fact, our institution have been having conversation over the past few years, and just assure the Namibian entrepreneurs that the product ranges that are also offered with Afri-Exim Bank, and our collaboration is something that we've been working on for a while, are actually offered through BFS, through NAMPRO Fund. We are able to support local suppliers, be it now at the back of procurement order or working contract, to get access to yellow goods. We have in the industry finance drillers already. Whether it's whatever type of yellow good equipment that is required, we've actually funded that. We've had an exposure of almost $2 billion Namibian dollars in the market, all provided to local SMEs in the market. So in terms of the considerations that need to be made, what's really important is to make sure that the right level of funding is provided to ensure that sustainable businesses are built. So funding need to be channeled, not just from a private capital perspective, but also from a public perspective. And I'm happy to see the Deputy Minister of Mines and Energy, who's very aware of the work that we do as well, in our call to ensure that public sector support comes to the table.
Thank you, Kauna. Fabian, I'll end off with you. Financiers have to bear in mind the increased calls to move away from oil and gas in the context of ESG and sustainability and the drive to net zero. And we've seen some players actually even announce that they are stopping the financing of oil and gas altogether. At the same time, we also have to consider the need for a just transition, especially for African economies. So how should financiers be thinking about ESG in the context of oil and gas funding, given these two aspects that sometimes feel like competing priorities?
Yeah, thank you, Rusa. I'm actually going to sort of answer this in a perspective of R&B. It's probably going to be the same for other financiers, but this is largely how we see it, R&B. Firstly, I have to say that we are committed to the development of oil and gas, specifically in Namibia, but sort of to the broader Africa continent. So that's a departure point. To do that, I think it's very important, and on previous sessions, people did point out the fact that, you know, there are nuances to every country. So to achieve that, I think it's very important that you source and stuff yourself with local resources on the ground. Every country has got specific requirements. That's how you solution for what is in front of you. I think that's the second point. And I think touching on the issue around ESG and the transition journey, again, I think, and I listened to the minister's speech right at the beginning very carefully, and we share his view. I think we think Africa and Namibia should not be denied the opportunity to utilize resources that are available. But whilst doing that, it's very important that we do it in a sustainable way, more importantly, in an ESG-friendly framework. And I have to highlight that. So I think to conclude, I mean, our view is that we think transition journey can happen in a ESG-friendly manner. I think it's possible to do both.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Fabian. And with that, oh, sorry, Paul, do you want to add on to that?
Yeah, I just want to comment largely in agreement with Fabian, that this reflects something of a consensus in the industry. I think that's important from a Namibian point of view. But I just want to make really probably a couple of supplementary comments. The first one is about the drive towards scope 1 and 2 net zero in oil and gas operations, which is basically about producing the output for the least possible kilograms of CO2 per barrel or barrel of oil equivalent. In Africa, there's already an equivalent, there's already an example of a scope 1 and 2 net zero project for oil and gas production, which is Bellany in Côte d'Ivoire. The macroeconomic study rewrote for Tanzania LNG with Shell and Equinor, and the government of Tanzania pretty much envisages the same thing for Tanzania LNG. This is a really important point, because to the extent that your scope 1 and 2 net zero in your oil and gas operations, you don't actually contribute adversely to the country's NDC objectives. So in the case of Namibia, we would imagine the operators are going to give great thought as to how this issue can be achieved, because clearly the technology is evolving very rapidly. And to the extent you get near scope 1 and 2 net zero, then the challenge and obligation of the transition is faced by the customer along the lines of the polluter pays model. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Fabian, oh, okay. With that, Paul, you have concluded our session for today. Thank you very much to the rest of my panelists for your valuable insights. Thank you to the audience for your attention. And Denver, I hope you're happy that I bought you some time.
Ladies and gentlemen, they deserve another round of applause. Sterling execution. It takes quite a level of art to be able to extract the essence of such an important matter, such as financing of these emerging industries, and for it to not seem that it was a rushed job. Another round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just received news that the hotel has arranged for live music for those of us who have no commitments at home or elsewhere. Please do not blame Denver Kisting if you tell your marital partner that Denver said we must stay longer. Please accept responsibility for your own conduct. Or if we need to help you out, we can make a plan, but then we will not make that plan publicly. We'll do it privately. Is that a deal? But at the Nomad restaurant, where some of us had lunch earlier today, live music is being provided for those of us who would like to network a bit more, would like to engage more, would like to reflect more. We will certainly not chase you anywhere. Right, Dr. Itula? We've approached the final moments of this significant 2 days in the history of the land of the brave. To give us a recap of day 2, we'd like to call to the podium none other than the resident representative of the Hans Zeidel Foundation, Dr. Clemens von Doderer. Let's please give him a big round of applause.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing? Are you really interested in a recap of day 2? Are you sure? Okay, it's this. Are you really sure? No, I'm kidding. I would like to actually give just a few sort of briefing points I would like to touch upon instead of sort of recapping the entire day. And one of the things I would like to share with you is actually, you know, when we started this conference a day ago, in the morning, Nangula Wanja from NIPDB, she said, I'm smart enough to be dangerous. And I think I can claim now for all of you now, for all of us here in the room and those who've been here part of the conference for the most parts, actually now we all are smart enough to be dangerous, are we not? I can't hear you. Apparently you're not smart enough now. There we go. But at the end of the day, you know, this conference obviously was very long, very tiring, and certainly we have some losses if I look in the rows and around you. But at the end of the day, it was very intense, but very fruitful. And indeed, I, for my part, can certainly say I've learned a lot. And when I look at the different topics we've covered today, starting with the presentation of the Norwegian Deputy Ambassador, which really to me laid out actually also what was unfolding for the rest of the day. and that we should avoid mistakes, and we should already see what others have done in a good way, in a bad way, and that we should move from there and then build on that. And I will actually, you know, when we started discussing this conference and developing this conference, actually we've achieved what we set out to do in many ways. And at the end of the day, and Paul, I'm really sorry to not sort of mention Guyana as the prime example. I still would say that one day in the midterm, I would like to see that Namibia has become the Norway of Africa. That would be, I think, should be and can be our goal. And maybe the Namibian version doesn't have to be copy and paste, but it should be something others would aspire to become in a different way, in their own way. Then also referring to Namibia one day as, oh, we want to be the Namibia of something of Asia, of South America, you name it. And what was also intriguing for me was also the mentioning of one of the Angolan colleagues who said, the interesting thing, what I derive from this conference is, the great news is that Namibia knows what it wants. And I think we heard a lot here in due course of today, that indeed, there are a lot of smart people who really put their heads around things and looked at the mistakes others have made, and they want to move forward in a different way and want to create a better environment for their country. And I think that's worth an applause as well. So put the hands together, please. And I think also now with all the wisdom which was shared in the afternoon around FDI financing and the environment for SMEs and so on, we've learned a lot as well. And another aspect which was about education in the late morning today was about making sure that we're not working in silos, that we're not now developing a framework for green hydrogen only, that we're not only working a framework for mining or now for oil and gas. No, we have to look at an integrated approach from an educational perspective, from a financing perspective, and obviously from a governance perspective as well. So that to me is one of the key messages I take away from today. And I'm really grateful for all the presentations we've heard today. And there are a lot of people who want the right thing. And that's, I think, is also a great to know. And as I know that also there is still the concluding remarks by the Deputy Minister, I'm not going to bore you much longer. I would like you to actually just put your hands together for two people. The one is actually our Masters of Ceremonies, because, you know, guiding us through the program over 2 days, long days, is a tedious, exhausting job, and he did really well. So put your hands together for Denver Kissing. Thank you very much. At the same time, I would like to also mention our technical guys here, taking care of our screens, taking care of our online streaming. And the beautiful thing is, nice thing is, I actually don't have to do a proper recap of day 2. You can watch everything again on YouTube. It's all there. It's recorded forever. So if you feel like, hey, I missed a session and I would like to watch it again, I would like to sort of hear what person XYZ has said, you can go back on YouTube and you can watch it again. You can relive the moment again. I think that's also great to know. And even more, there will be at some point, once we've digested all the information, there will be a report released, which obviously will then also feed into the policy-making process. It will be given to Cabinet, it will be given to Parliament, and it will be shared with those who would like to have a look at that and learn from the lessons and remember what actually has been said in a summarized way. So thank you very much to all of you. That's it from my end. I really appreciate also the visit of all the international guests who partially, came here traveling for 2 days, are here for 2 days, and again are now tomorrow traveling again for 2 days. That shows a lot of commitment and a lot of bravery. Some of the people actually even arrived without a visa in the country and yet managed to come in. So great stuff. And in that sense, thank you very much. It's great to see you all. It's great to have been here, and it's great to have been part of this. So thank you very much.
I hope officials of the Ministry of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security are not tuned in at the moment. Herr Dr. von Doder. Let's give him a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we want to go dance, but we are there. Would we be so kind, and in order to also stretch, but also in order to honor her presence, her commitment over 2 days, rise as we are joined by the Deputy Minister of Mines and Energy, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Your mics. Yes, we might get seated. Thank you very much. Director of the proceedings, and I sincerely would like to pay the salutations to my principals in the absentia, for the Right Honorable Sarah Kuwongero Amadira, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, and Honorable Toma Ruendo, the Minister of Mines and Energy. Let me then stand by the protocols as established from the beginning of this conference by the Director of Ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is my pleasure to have formed part of this wonderful and transformational exercise about the discoveries of oil and gas in Namibia. Therefore, it's an honor for me to make these concluding remarks at this conference. We have reached the end of this very important milestone, and as we are closing the door on a lively and stimulating debate, as well as bidding farewell to friends and associates, it is a privilege and honor to be trusted with such an undertaking at a gathering of such eminent people from different parts of the energy, oil and gas industry, together with my fellow colleagues in government. As such, I would like to thank the Economic Association of Namibia and Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board for organizing this historic conference on oil and gas in Namibia. Let me also thank the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Toma Ruendo, the Minister of Mines and Energy, and all the speakers for your wonderful presentations and valuable panel discussions. There is a time for everything under the sun, the Bible says. However, in the political sphere, especially here in Namibia, we talk of the different phases of struggle. The first one was the liberation struggle when we were fighting for our independence. And currently we are in the second phase that we call of economic emancipation. We started off so well in a good economic mode until the blow of almost about 7 years of drought and economic damage that was caused by the global COVID-19 pandemic. A quote from the book of Job 28:1-2, the Bible tells us that there is a mine for silver and a place where gold is refined. Iron is taken from earth and copper is smelted from ore. People assault the flinty rock with their hands and lay bare the roots of the mountain. They search the sources of the river and bring hidden things to light. End of the quote. Ladies and gentlemen, Namibia has searched the sources of the river and brought hidden things to light when Shell and Total Energies discovered oil offshore Namibia. The goal should therefore be the responsibility to manage, cultivate, and harvest natural resources, that is oil, gas, and green hydrogen, which we are blessed with and to equally bless fellow mankind while ensuring that the planet is cared for and preserved. How do we reach to that goal? It's a golden question. At least during the conference, we have heard about important guidance on how the goal can be reached. His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob liked to remind us always about institutions, systems, and processes that need to be functional. Honorable Kuongerwa Amadila yesterday in her keynote speech also stated that this conference is timely and important to bring about big number of stakeholders in one room because there is a need for sharing of experiences, learning from best practices, and that barriers to participation should be removed. Of course, my minister also touched on the importance of governance, ladies and gentlemen. Let me talk a little bit about the significance of this conference. I know for sure you are tired, but let me just talk about this briefly. One of the key themes that was significant in this conference is the importance of this civil society-led public dialogue. That for each and every country to maximize economic benefit from oil and gas, a wide spectrum of Namibians need to participate in the sector. Now that we have discovered oil, now that we want to participate, what is it that we need? Is obviously information. And this conference has created that platform. The public dialogue is so critical, and it has brought about 700 delegates from across the country and all over the world. And it was about information sharing, learning, and networking. Let me also touch on the economic benefits from the oil and gas sector and the need for rigorous policy and legal framework to be put in place, and that is needed to underpin the rollout of the sector. The estimated 11 billion barrels of oil of Namibia's coast hold great promise for upward transformation of our economy. We heard that the value to the economy can accrue, such as the revenue to government, taxes and royalties from products, goods, and services that are required by IOCs. It will also create jobs. Of course, skill development will take place and technological transfer. All these induced benefits that can lead to diversification of the local economy. Such a number of opportunities we have heard from various speakers. But in order for us to realize and maximize those benefits, we need to have legal framework in place. Even before we start producing oil, and we are currently busy with that, we need functional institutions, systems, and processes. And among many instruments of the law, there was a strong focus on the need for a local content policy and the legislative framework. A clear local content policy framework is important. It spells out to everyone involved as to what is expected of them. The potential value chain will be clearly defined, the guidelines for the IOCs, and the minister pointed out yesterday that IOC should earn their licenses to operate. Therefore, policy clarity and certainty will help them to do that. Of course, government oversight role will be continuous and will also clearly define the role or the oversight role over the sector. We have also touched on the issue of the energy mix and energy transition. Yes, we have heard that there are some other countries that do not want us to talk about fossil fuel. while currently they are busy doing the same thing. But the message must be clear that we are not going backward. We are forging forward with our dream. Ladies and gentlemen, we have also heard about case studies, and I would like to thank the countries that came from abroad to join us here and to share with us the important information, the learning experiences, and the benchmarking exercises that we have also heard about that we can associate ourselves with. We have heard from the speakers from Nigeria, from Norway, from Angola, from other countries, to mention that just a few. We have also heard from different companies and organizations. Of course, some are seeing Namibia as a latecomer in the industry, but as I have said from the beginning, there is time for everything under the sun. This is our time, and we are never late. Of course, the experiences that was shared here for us to be able to learn and to take note of, so that we have this discovery turning into a blessing and not a curse, are very, very important. If I can just mention an example that can be a key takeaway from one country, Nigeria's local content. It has informed us about these realities. And it has also informed us that when we are developing our local content policy, we must really know and understand that every country is unique. And what we are going to develop, or what we are busy developing, is that which is going to be unique to Namibia. Of course, that does not mean we cannot look at what other countries have done. It should be a living document, incorporating lessons learned along the way, capacity to take advantage of opportunities, capable entrepreneurs, and a skilled workforce. When we say capable entrepreneurs, I was at one discussion one day, and we were saying, as government, sometimes we are being disappointed by entrepreneurs when they are given tenders. And one of the business person just told me that those tenders were never given to entrepreneurs, they were given to people that just took chances, but they were never entrepreneurs. So this is really a local content that will be able to take into consideration capable entrepreneurs and a skilled workforce. We have also learned that no law is perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, the government will continue to pursue its duty to ensure that development in the oil, gas, and gas sector brings equitable economic development by using the existing policy frameworks and regulatory conditions and current petroleum agreement model and the soon to be implemented draft upstream petroleum local content policy. This means the legal framework is already in place, and we continue to put some other instrument in place as the time goes on. Ladies and gentlemen, while it is early days, pending deeper personal reflection, I'm sure we have all benefited in some way or another from this conference. Numerous positions and points of view were outlined, and many messages have been delivered, covering the whole spectrum of the energy, oil, and gas, as seen from the perspective of oil companies, service companies, suppliers, industry experts, the host country, and its representatives alike. My president would say, we have heard you. That is His Excellency, Dr. Hage Geingob. We have heard you. We have heard from the public sector. We have heard from the economists. We have heard from insurance companies. We have heard from the Investment Promotion Board, from the Economic Association of Namibia, from researchers and statisticians, from the IOCs themselves, the lawyers, the academia, service providers, strategists, engineers, logistics, energy utilities, funders, sponsors, civil society. We have heard you, and I thank you very much.
Let's please give the Honorable Deputy Minister another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we've learned not only will those of us who stuck it out until the last moments be rewarded with the live music, understand that the Dutch disease vaccines have also arrived. So before we leave the room, with consent, of course, Honorable Governor, we will all be vaccinated against the Dutch disease. Dr. von Dodera earlier thanked me very kindly and the technical team very kindly. I'm so petrified that the hosts don't acknowledge the contribution that they had made to this massive success of the past 2 days. So allow me to please thank the three main hosts, the Hans Zeidel Foundation, the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, the Economic Association of Namibia, together with a strategic partner, NAMCO, and all the very generous sponsors. Let's please give them a massive round of applause. I've got separation anxiety, and the end is here, and it's getting difficult for me. Let's please put our hands together for the chairperson of the Economic Association of Namibia, Mr. Jason Kasutu, for some final words.
Thank you, Denver. Wow. I mean, I think to see the numbers that have still remained, this is really the graveyard shift. And it is, I think, quite impressive that we still have some people here. Maybe I can start off with just a question around 3 key ingredients that we measure this by. Have you gained any new learnings? Yes or no? Have you been able to get insights? Have you networked? So I think Namibia is able to really show the world that not only have we gained those 3 ingredients in terms of this new nascent industry for us, but we also have the commitment of our leaders. We've seen and been graced with various leaders over the past 2 days. I think really a special thank you to our minister and our deputy minister, especially. I'm sorry, but I have to single you out. She told me a story yesterday that when her driver at lunchtime left to go pick up someone, she walked over to the conference from the ministry. So she took her own feet and walked to the conference. And that's the sort of leadership that really one needs to say you're blessed with. That's the sort of commitment that demonstrates capacity and care. So, yeah, round of applause. But of course, as formalities require, we do need to thank the various people, including yourselves especially, who have been able to make this a success. The political support that came from both central and regional government, singling out the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Sarah Kongerwa Madira, the Minister of Mines and Energy, Honorable Tom Alwendo, the Deputy Minister of Mines and Energy, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, leaders of various political parties that were here and are still here, mayors of the various towns, Walfish Bay, Otavi. We also have council members from Luderitz, governors, still governor present still to the last minute today, regional and local government leaders, all members of parliament that were present, including the Standing Committee on Natural Resources and the Standing Committee on Economic Affairs, ambassadors and heads of diplomatic missions, industry captains, members of the media, all formed part of that representative political support from central to regional and to local. We thank you. Special thanks also goes out to our partners. As we say that the 16th of August every year is an important date for us as the Economic Association of Namibia, because it's during that time that we host our annual conference. I think 3 years ago when I came in as chair, we started with agriculture. We then did green hydrogen last year, and of course, oil and gas this year. So I'd really like to thank my fellow board members and our very committed CEO who does the day-to-day and the full-time work and provides strategy and guidance. So thank you very much. The EAN could, of course, not make this undertaking the success that it is without its co-partners. So Hans Seidel Foundation, that have walked the journey with us for many years or from the beginning, a real special thanks, and to its leadership, Dr. Clemens von Dodder. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the hours of debate in making whatever we do together a success. Thank you very much. The same goes to our co-partners, the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board and its leadership. We'd really like to thank them. Their support has also been very tremendous. Along with our strategic partner, NAMCO, a big thank you to you as well. Now, to make this a reality and to be able to host what we now see as over 700 people over the past 2 days and feed them and create a platform that is engaging could not take place without the much necessary financial muscle from our sponsors. I'd like to thank especially FMB and RMB, FMB RMB, Recon Namibia, Sonils from Angola, Momentum, some of the key sponsors. And please, I hope I've not left anyone out, Mr. CEO, please assist me there. Total Energies, we could not do it also without Total Energies, our sustainability partner, who's really come through in a big way for this conference and made sure that the teacups are also sustainable, and the gifts that our VIP guests will be receiving come from the support of Total Energies. Thank you so much. Sorry, Shell, Vervative, just to name the rest of our sponsors. Thank you so much. And Afri-Exim Bank, thank you so much. Of course, also assisting with the financial muscle required are those that came to exhibit. And I think that was really a two-way and a win-win, because we said that we should allow those service providers who are in the industry or want to showcase their services to be given an opportunity and a platform to be able to exhibit and showcase what they have to offer. So to Alpha Laval, Brunel Energy, Cape Marine, Desme Africa Limited, New Rest, Opratech, Petrostaff, PwC, QHSE, SNC Incorporated, South Africa Airways, Momentum Metropolitan Limited, Alpha Nautical Logistics, OMITC, the South Africa Oil and Gas Alliance, AECIPA from Angola, Patan from Nigeria. Thank you very much. You all deserve a good round of applause. Of course, once again, we'd like to thank our hosts, the Economic Association of Namibia, which we have singled out before, NIPTB, Hans Seidel Foundation, and more importantly, the 700 or over 700 delegates, especially yourselves who are in the room to the last minute. You all deserve a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Last but not least, and I think Clemens started doing some justice to that, is the technical team behind us. Putting this together is not an easy task. It takes time. So thank you, guys. And lastly, our master of ceremonies. I call him a wordsmith, an orator almost, you know. Denver, you've kept this room alive for 2 days. It's a mammoth task, but one that takes a lot of great talent. Thank you. And of course, to our moderators and to our speakers, you've added the value that was required to share the knowledge, to create the conversation that really deserves the last round of applause. Thank you, everyone.
Can we please give a big round of applause to Mr. Jason Kasuto? Ladies and gentlemen, all I have left to say is the following. Landed. Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend, they have landed. Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. We must unite as a people. And yes, I am grateful when I see how far we've come. We honor them all who's gone before us. That give their lives a sacrifice with this song. Do you believe that love conquers hatred at the end? And the battle we're facing, we win. Africa,
God brought you through the struggles, and the struggles made you strong. Africa, Africa, you're the rhythm of the world. Africa. Yes, you are. Africa. We are the promise of tomorrow. Together, both hand in hand, we can change the world today. Love is the key, also the answer.